Chapter 54:26. Lin Yi lifted his head to take a look, then walked in the direction of the snake's head. Bing Wuqing followed closely behind, but the two of them stopped after a few steps. She turned to look at Chu Tianlu, who was following behind, and asked, "Why are you following us?" They had never met each other before. Although Lin Yi and Bing Wuqing had saved him before, it was just a side effect. They had never really wanted the other party to repay their kindness, nor would they take his words seriously. To be precise, they would never think about it at all. It was not strange for Chu Tianlu to follow them before. After all, he had to come out of the cave eventually. But it was a little unreasonable for him to still follow them at this time. Do you want to try your luck again? Look for the divine knowledge fruit in other places? Linist. No, the divine knowledge fruit contains the essence of the Tai snake clan. It will only grow one for a period of time, and there won't be a second one. Chu Tianlu shook his head. He had done a lot of research on this matter, so he was quite clear about it. Then what do you mean? Bing Wuqing's face instantly darkened. With her rational and pragmatic style, she would not allow such a guy to follow her. She had no intention of attacking an irrelevant person like Chu Tianlu, but if he got in her way, she would absolutely not hesitate. Facing the doubtful gazes of the two, Chu Tianlu found it a little difficult to speak. In the end, he braced himself and confessed, "I don't want to be separated from you two brothers. Otherwise, if I go out alone and meet Chu Tianliang on the way, I will definitely die. He won't let me go, and maybe he will find other helpers." These words sounded a little insatiable, but Chu Tianlu had no choice. If he was in his normal state, there would naturally be no problem for him to deal with Chu Tianliang, but now that he was seriously injured and had lost an arm, once he encountered Chu Tianliang at the peak of the late Foundation establishment stage, he would definitely be in danger. Although Chu Tianliang had escaped before, Chu Tianlu was almost certain that he would definitely not leave Tai Snake Island so easily. Now that they had shed all pretense of cordiality, this was his only chance to get rid of him. Otherwise, by the time he returned to the Middle Island, everything would be too late. Thus, Chu Tianliang would definitely think of a way to lie in ambush and look for a final opportunity. If he rashly left, it would be extremely easy for him to fall into the other party's trap. Moreover, if he didn't directly leave, it would still be extremely dangerous for him to wander around Tai Snake Island in his current state. Thus, without any other choice, Chu Tianlu could only thicken his face and come up with this plan. Only by following closely behind Lin Yi and Ling Yun would he be able to find a path of survival. "You're quite honest," Bing Wuqing said. She didn't show any signs of annoyance or admiration. In her eyes, Chu Tianlu was just an insignificant passerby. That was all. When Lin Yi heard this, a strange expression appeared on his face. He suddenly grinned playfully and said, "How do you know that I won't kill you?" Chu Tianlu was instantly dumbfounded. He was so stunned that he couldn't speak. Although the two of them didn't have any friendship with him, their previous experiences had indeed saved his life. Normal people wouldn't think of them as enemies. Otherwise, why would he be so thick-skinned as to take a yard after being given an inch? Chu Tianlu wasn't the only one who heard this. Even Bing Wuqing was a little dumbfounded. She thought about the other party's identity, then looked at Lin Yi's half-smiling expression, and then came to a sudden realization. "But why do you want to kill me?" Chu Tianlu was still in a daze. "You tell him." Lin Yi gestured at Bing Wuqing with his lips. "You're a descendant of the Chu clan, right? It looks like you're an outstanding talent of the younger generation. It's very likely that you'll be the one to form a marriage alliance with the Yiling sect." Bing Wuqing's speculations were all on point. She then said, "Do you know who Duan Muyu from the Yiling sect is?" Who is she?" Chu Tianlu asked. "She's my boss's woman." Lin Yi and Duan Muyu only had vague feelings for each other. Neither of them had made it clear, but Bing Wuqing's words directly confirmed their status. Cough, cough, cough. What? Chu Tianlu was so shocked that his jaw dropped. He was in a daze for a long time before he came to his senses. He asked doubtfully, "Is this true? Do you think I have the spare time to lie to you?" Bing Wuqing curled her lips. He was a dignified expert at the peak of the early nascent soul realm. According to the rules of the immemorial martial world, It was difficult for someone like Chu Tianlu to even meet him, let alone talk nonsense like this. Chu Tianlu could only smile bitterly and speechlessly. For him, this trip to Tai Shi Island was inseparable from Duan Muyu. He didn't even greet her before, but he almost died because of her. He was saved by Lin Yi and Chu Donglin. He thought that he was lucky to have met a good person, but he didn't expect that it was actually related to her. This was really a coincidence. After being embarrassed for a long time, Chu Tianlu didn't know what to say. Although he had already said to Chu Tianliang that he had never thought about the marriage alliance, his only thought now was to cultivate without being disturbed. The problem was that even if Chu Tianliang didn't believe him, would Lin Yi believe him? Duan Muyu was Lin Yi's woman, and he, Chu Tianlu, was an outstanding talent of the Chu family's younger generation. No matter what he thought, objectively speaking, he was indeed the most likely candidate for marriage alliance. To some extent, they were likely to be rivals in love in the future. It seemed logical for Lin Yi to kill him here to eliminate future troubles. He was both embarrassed and afraid. Chu Tianlu could only smile bitterly. Since his life was saved by the other party, there was nothing wrong with returning it to the other party. He could only say that his fate was as such. And with this potential relationship, even if Lin Yi didn't kill him, he couldn't shamelessly follow Lin Yi and Chu Tianliang anymore. He knew that Chu Tianliang was eyeing him covetously. In his current state, the chances of him leaving Tai Shi Island alone were really slim. Seeing Chu Tianlu's expression change, Lin Yi couldn't help but find it funny. After a while, he said, "I'm just joking with you. If I wanted to kill you, I would have done so long ago. Why would I keep you alive until now?" "Many thanks." It wasn't convenient for him to cup his hands, so Chu Tianlu hurriedly bowed again. In fact, he had already thought of this. He just didn't know what he should do because he was confused about the road ahead. Although he was confused, Chu Tianlu felt that if he stood in the other party's position, they would definitely not be willing to let him follow. He immediately prepared to leave with a downcast expression. At this time, he suddenly heard Lin Yi say, "If you want to follow us, that's fine. However, we're going to meet up with a friend. It's very likely that the road ahead will be extremely dangerous. Aren't you afraid?" Chapter 54:27. Chu Tianlu's eyes brightened, and he hurriedly said, "I'm not afraid. It's better than dying." "Okay, in that case, you can follow me." Lin Yi didn't mind. To be honest, this was also because he was satisfied with Chu Tianlu's attitude. Otherwise, if this guy coveted Duan Muyu like Chu Tianliang, even if he didn't kill him directly, he definitely wouldn't take care of him like this. The three of them immediately set off together. Tai Snake Island was long and narrow, and there were basically no forks in the road. The direction of their advance was very clear, which was the snake head in the distance. On the way, Chu Tianlu acted very reserved, mainly because he felt awkward. Lin Yi, on the other hand, was fine. After all, the marriage alliance between House Chu and Yiling didn't have much to do with Chu Tianlu. Even if he really did become a candidate for the marriage, he was just a puppet who had no choice. Not only was it unfair, but it was also meaningless to vent his anger on him. Moreover, for Lin Yi, the key to this matter was Duan Muyu's attitude. As long as this was confirmed, the Yiling sect and the Chu family weren't a big problem. As a profound ascension middle-stage existence, Lin Yi obviously had this kind of vision. Without mentioning Duan Muyu, Lin Yi asked a lot about the Chu family's shadow martial arts. Although the level of the battle he saw before was a little low, it still gave him a lot of inspiration and enlightenment. If he could absorb the essence of it, whether it was directly copying the Chu family's shadow martial arts or improving and integrating it into his own moves, it would be of great use. Chu Tianlu didn't hold back anything he knew. Logically speaking, there were many essences that shouldn't be revealed to outsiders, but right now he had the mentality of repaying a debt of gratitude. Not to mention that Lin Yi was just casually asking a few questions. Even if Lin Yi wanted the Chu family's secret manual for the shadow element, he'd probably think of a way to get it. Bing Wuqing had been listening on the side all the way. She had a much deeper understanding of the Chu family's shadow system martial arts than before, but that was all. However, what made her and Chu Tianlu dumbfounded was that Lin Yi had actually started to use the shadow step as they walked. Although he wasn't very proficient at it, and the effects weren't that great, he was already at the beginner level. Chu Tianlu was stupefied. How long had it been? It hadn't even been 2 incense sticks worth of time, yet he could already use the shadow step? It had to be known that even the most talented disciple of the Chu clan would need at least 2 years of hard work to master a high-level movement technique like the shadow step. However, Lin Yi had only spent 2 years, and he hadn't even gone through any systematic training. All he had done was listen to Chu Feng's idle chatter. When comparing goods, you have to throw them away. When comparing people, you have to die. The ancients did not deceive me. Similarly, Bing Wuqing's shock was no less than Chu Tianlu's. When it came to geniuses, he could be considered the top genius in the ancient Jianghu, and only people like Ling Tianyu could be mentioned in the same breath as him. But even he couldn't master other people's martial arts techniques as easily as Lin Yi. This was not just a matter of comprehension. More importantly, she was restricted by her mental cultivation method. If Bing Wuqing were to cultivate the Chu family's shadow-type martial arts techniques, she would definitely go berserk. Just like that, they walked for 4 hours. Suddenly, 2 young cultivators in front of them shouted for help. They scrambled and ran towards the 3 of them, as if something extremely terrifying was chasing after them. Chu Tianlu was still talking to Lin Yi about the shadow-shifting urn. When he saw the 2 people in front of him, his expression changed drastically. He wanted to rush forward without saying anything, but Lin Yi pulled him back. "What are you doing?" "Those are my friends. I want to save them." Chu Tianlu seemed to have completely forgotten that he was injured at the moment. He couldn't even use half of his normal strength. Even if he rushed forward, he wouldn't be able to save them. Instead, he would get himself killed. Even if you want to be loyal, you have to look at the situation. This is not the way to die. Lin Yi snorted. He grabbed Chu Tianlu with one hand and Bing Wuqing with the other, then turned around and ran. For this, he didn't even hesitate to use the extreme butterfly subtle steps. This was the extreme of his movement technique. Before Chu Tianlu could react to what was happening, he had already been brought several miles away by Lin. His face was deathly pale. He stuck out his tongue and stammered, so fast. Not to mention him, even Bing Wuqing couldn't help but be terrified and moved. She had fought seriously with Lin Yi before. During this period of time, she had long developed both respect and fear for Lin. However, even though she had already raised Lin Yi's strength to an extremely high level after personally experiencing Lin Yi's terrifying speed, which seemed to break through everything, she was still as shocked as Chu Tianlu. The limit of a human speed could actually reach such an astounding level? Bing Wuqing's feelings were exactly the same as those of Lin Yi's lackeys. Following such a freak, her worldview would be refreshed from time to time. In the beginning, she would still make a fuss about nothing, but as time passed, she would gradually become used to it. "Boss, is there danger ahead?" After such a shock, even Bing Wuqing's tone was a little shaken. Cultivation was like climbing a mountain. Every time she climbed a mountain, she would be wild with joy, thinking that she had climbed to the top of the world. However, she would immediately be doused with a bucket of cold water, because there was always a higher mountain. After reaching the top, what she saw was a taller mountain and a wider world. He was in such a state now. Although the peak of the early nascent soul realm was not the top of the nascent soul realm, it was not far away. He could almost see the scenery of the top of the small ancient martial world with a single glance. However, now that Lin Yi had lifted the lid, he realized that he was basically a frog at the bottom of a well, just like everyone else. There was still a long way to go in the future. I don't know either, but I am sure of one thing. There is something extremely dangerous ahead, so we should avoid it if we can. Lin Yi's expression was a little solemn. The reason why he had suddenly taken the 2 of them and fled with all his might just now was because the jade pendant was frantically warning him. One had to know that the jade pendant's warning was very intelligent, and it would only warn him when there was a real threat to him. Under normal circumstances, most enemies would not even make a sound. Although the jade pendant had also warned him when he had discovered the sky-devouring giant crocodile, it was far less urgent than it was now. It was clear that the thing ahead was no small matter. The 9 malignant tumors of his primordial spirit had not been dealt with yet, and Lin Yi did not want to get into any more trouble. Bing Wuqing's heart trembled when she heard that. This Tai Shi Island was really not simple. Even someone as powerful as Lin Yi had to be so cautious. Chapter 54:28. He didn't dare to implicate Lin Yi and Bing Wuqing, but he had to go back himself, even if it cost him his life. "You're so troublesome." Bing Wuqing frowned. She didn't have a good impression of Chu Tianlu in the first place, and now she felt that this guy didn't know what was good for him. In her opinion, they weren't friends at all. Since Chu Tianlu wanted to die, then let him die. Lin Yi admired him quite a bit. There weren't many people who could be so loyal these days. Chu Tianlu was a rare weirdo, and Lin Yi couldn't bear to watch him die. He could only smile bitterly and say, "Forget it. For the sake of the divine knowledge fruit, I'll go back and take a look. You guys stay here and don't come over." "You don't have to? Brother Lin, you've already done everything you could for me. Hurry up and go. Don't worry about me. I'm just going to take a look. I'll help if I can, but if I can't, then forget it. I won't do anything stupid on impulse," Chu Tianlu said sincerely. Bing Wuqing didn't say anything, but her expression didn't agree either. Her logic was very simple. It was meaningless to take risks for an outsider she didn't know, especially someone at Lin Yi's level. "Just take a look? Do you have that ability?" Lin Yi rolled his eyes at Chu Tianlu. With Chu Tianlu's insignificant strength, he'd basically lose his life if he took a look at something that even he was afraid of. Chu Tianlu blushed with shame. His words weren't exactly polite, but he had no room to refute them. He could only watch helplessly as Lin Yi abandoned him and Bing Wuqing, turned around, and went back. In the blink of an eye, he was already gone. Returning to where they were just now, even Lin Yi couldn't help but feel a chill in his heart when he saw the scene in front of him. Chu Tianlu's two friends were still screaming and running for their lives, but a dark mass was following closely behind them. At first glance, it looked like a dark cloud covering their heads, like a sandstorm. In terms of speed, it was much faster than the two of them, and it seemed that they couldn't escape anymore. At this moment, the tall man who was running in front had a ferocious look on his face. He suddenly pulled out his sword and sent a sharp sword chi behind him. He was forced into a dead end and had no other choice. However, he was not going to turn around and fight to the death with that black mass. His target was actually another young cultivator who was following closely behind him. They had been best friends for decades, and that person did not expect his best friend to be so vicious at such a critical moment of life and death. Two people were being chased by the same tiger. If they wanted to escape, they didn't need to be able to outrun the tiger. They just needed to be able to outrun the other person. This was a principle that everyone knew. It was just that he didn't expect this to happen to him. The sword chi came right at his head, and the young cultivator hurriedly dodged. The sword chi almost brushed past his scalp, cutting off a strand of his black hair. It was a dangerous situation, but it was not worth celebrating. Because he was dodging the sword chi, his footsteps unconsciously paused for a moment, and in that short moment, the black cloud behind him had already firmly enveloped him, and then, like maggots attached to a bone, a large ball firmly stuck to his body, unable to be removed, and he could no longer escape. At the same time, the tall man who escaped first did not get out of danger as expected. After all, it was not a tiger that was chasing them. The black cloud that enveloped the young cultivator split into two at the same time, but he did not fall behind at all. Instead, he chased even closer. A terrifying buzzing sound that made people's scalps numb sounded in his ears, getting closer and closer. "Help! Help!" The tall man saw the figure of Lin Yi in front of him and immediately thought that he had caught a life-saving straw. He quickly shouted. In this situation, if no one reached out to help, he would definitely die. Lin Yi looked on coldly. Before this, he had the intention to save him, but after seeing this guy's action just now, he completely gave up on this idea. This kind of person would be a disaster even if he was saved, so it was better to let him fend for himself. However, what really concerned Lin Yi was the layer of black cloud that covered the two of them. At first glance, it was a little difficult to see with the naked eye at a distance of tens of feet. He thought it was just a layer of strange black cloud, but if he looked closely, he would find that it was not a black cloud at all, but a large group of extremely tiny insects. At first glance, they looked a bit like beetles, but their bodies were much smaller, and each of them was black and shiny, as if they were wrapped in a layer of strange black grease. Once they were glued to them, they would be everywhere, including the 5 senses and 7 orifices, and even the pores and hair follicles of the whole body. They would crazily drill in, making a sizzling sound. As Lin Yi looked on coldly from the side, the two of them had already sunk into a final struggle. They had already been firmly entangled by these black insects, and had no chance of escaping. The only thing they could do was put up a final struggle. From afar, the two of them seemed to have gone mad as they beat their bodies with all their might. Even if they beat themselves to the point where their skin and flesh were lacerated, or even crazily vomiting blood, they still didn't care. You've both gone mad. In the end, Chu Tianlu still followed them over. When he saw this scene, he hurriedly went up to help. As a good friend of many years, he couldn't just watch the two of them mutilate themselves. Lin Yi extended his hand and stopped him. Open your eyes and look carefully. They're slapping the insects on their bodies. If I'm not mistaken, once these black insects attach themselves to a body, they will crazily drill into it. Even if they attach themselves to the outside, they will crazily suck blood. If you don't want to die, then stand there and don't move. Insects? Chu Tianlu was taken aback. Those black insects were practically indistinguishable to the naked eye, and with his strength at this distance, he couldn't see them clearly, let alone see as clearly as Lin Yi did. There are actually such terrifying insects in this world. It's really appalling. Bing Wuqing had also caught up. When she saw this scene, her expression changed. She had originally thought that with her current strength, she could go to any dangerous place in the immemorial underworld. She didn't expect this tiny Thai snake island to be so dangerous. The sky-devouring crocodile from before was already enough to kill her. The threat of these tiny black insects in front of her was even greater. Coming here to take risks, it was fine if one was lucky. But if one was unlucky and encountered the sky-devouring crocodile and the terrifying black insects one after another like they did, ordinary gold core and foundation establishment experts wouldn't be able to survive even if they had 10 lives. Seeing that the injuries of the two people in front of him were getting more and more serious, and even showing signs of bleeding from their 7 orifices, Chu Tianlu couldn't hold himself back anymore. He knew that he couldn't save the two of them. The only one who could possibly help him save the two of them was Lin Yi. However, Lin Yi had saved his life before. It was already extremely benevolent of him to agree to let him tag along. How could he have the face to ask Lin Yi to take such a huge risk for 2 unrelated outsiders? Chapter 5429. Chu Tianlu clenched his teeth, as if he had made a great decision. He said in a low voice, "Brother Lin, although it's very shameless to say this, I beg you to help me. Don't worry, I won't let you risk your life for nothing. In return, I'll tell you a big secret." A big secret? Lin Yi looked at him a little playfully. He'd thought that Chu Tianlu wasn't a bad person, but he definitely wasn't an idiot with water in his head. He clearly had nothing to do, yet he insisted on going with the two of them. Didn't that mean he had nothing better to do? It should be known that even if he left by himself, as long as he was careful, he was actually quite sure that he could avoid Chu Tianliang. If he seized the opportunity, he could directly leave and return to the Middle Island. Why did he force himself to follow the two of them and take risks? Now, Lin Yi finally understood a little. Chu Tianlu looked at Lin Yi nervously, for fear that the other party would be indifferent. Fortunately, Lin Yi did not disappoint him. After a slight smile, he dashed forward in a flash. When they were dozens of feet away, these black insects did not take the initiative to target them for the time being. However, once Lin Yi approached, a part of them immediately stuck to him. That kind of crazy, close-range manner was really daunting. In particular, there was a trace of inexplicable pressure on them. It seemed that they were higher creatures, and human practitioners were just nutrients waiting for them to absorb. Boom! Lin Yi raised his hand and shot out a 5 elements murderous aura. The black insects immediately fell to the ground, but then they buzzed again. Not even one was killed on the ground. Lin Yi could not help but twitch his eyelids. Although the strength of his primordial spirit was not high, the five elements murderous aura was a very high-end martial arts technique after all. Its power was not trivial. It should not be that he could not even kill a small black insect, right? The truth was in front of him. No matter how speechless Lin was, it was useless. Those glossy black insects seemed to be purely shaken by his five elements murderous aura and were not affected at all. Then, they pounced on him again without losing any momentum. As for Lin, he seemed to be stunned. He just stood there, motionless, without dodging. "Brother Lin, danger." Upon seeing this, Chu Tianlu, who remained several dozen meters behind him, became extremely anxious. He had begged Lin to help him, but he had never thought that he would have to make Lin pay with his life here. He immediately felt endless regret in his heart. If he had known earlier, he wouldn't have begged Lin to help him. Wasn't this harming him? However, he could only look on helplessly, unable to do anything. As a result, after a large swarm of black insects pounced on Lin, they directly passed through his body without any resistance. Although it looked like they were firmly trapped like the previous two people, they did not harm Lin at all. They withstood the murderous aura of the five elements unscathed, and Lin was also immune to their attacks. Chu Tianlu looked at this scene and was stunned. For words were clearly written on his face. "I don't understand, but I think it's awesome." He had no idea how Lin did it, but this did not prevent him from sincerely admiring Lin from the bottom of his heart. No matter where the strong went, they would be respected, and Chu Tianlu was no exception. Not far away, Chu Tianlu's two friends were still struggling. Seeing that they were about to reach the end, there was not much time left for Lin to think about countermeasures. Not long after, Lin suddenly raised his hand, and a fiery fist intent instantly surged and released from his fist. Wildfire Fist. Due to the limitation of the spirit strength, during this period of time, Lin always directly used spirit's moves like the soul hook hand, and tried to avoid these moves that needed to be performed with a physical body. Only in this way could he display the strength of the profound ascension stage. Otherwise, even if he was much stronger than ordinary experts of the foundation establishment stage, his strength would still be limited. Wildfire Fist was undoubtedly the simplest and most basic move among all his physical moves. In terms of power, it was much weaker than the murderous aura of the five elements. Normally, it would not be used at all. Logically speaking, these strange black insects in front of him could even easily withstand the power of the murderous aura of the five elements, let alone a mere wildfire fist. However, the result was shocking. A large swarm of black insects that were hit fell to the ground, but this time they did not fly up unscathed like before. Instead, they became charred corpses, and the air was confused with an inexplicable strong burnt smell. So afraid of fire? Even Lin himself was surprised. Most insects were afraid of fire, but he was just giving it a try, and did not have much hope. He did not expect the effect to be so outstanding. At this time, Bing Wuqing also came over. If even Lin was helpless against these black insects, with his style, he would definitely stand far away and not get involved in this mess. However, now that it was proven that these black insects were not without weaknesses, there was no need for him to stay far away from them. Logically speaking, since these black insects were so afraid of fire, they must be very afraid of the cold as well. His merciless ice force, which he was best at, came in handy. As expected, once merciless ice force was activated, a large swarm of black insects fell to the ground around Bing Wuqing. They were all frozen black insects. It looked like it was much more effective than Lin Yi's frenzied fire fist. After all, he was an expert at the peak of the early nascent soul realm, and the range of merciless ice force was much larger than that of a mere frenzied fire fist, so the effect was naturally more immediate. However, before Bing Wuqing could be a little complacent, the black insects that had been frozen into ice began to move. They were not frozen to death, but were only temporarily trapped by the ice, and would soon break out of it. Not long after, a large swarm of black insects once again rose into the air, unscathed. This time, they clearly focused their attention on Bing Wuqing. Bing Wuqing's heart tightened, and she could not help but think to herself that she had miscalculated. If she had known this would happen, she would not have rushed up recklessly. After all, She was not a pure primordial spirit like Lin Yi, whose body could transform into a primordial spirit at any time and was completely immune to the black insect's attacks. If she was really surrounded by these black insects, she would not end up any better than the other two unlucky fellows. Get out of my way. Lin Yi shook his head. There were indeed a lot of black insects in front of him, and they were practically overwhelming at close range. Although the effect of his frenzied fire fist was outstanding, the problem was that it did not cover a large area. On top of that, these black insects were extremely fast and could be evaded easily. If he were to simply rely on his frenzied fire fist to attack them, he would probably not be able to kill them all by nightfall. By then, the people around him would have all died. However, since it was proven that fire-type martial arts techniques were effective, Lin Yi's methods were naturally not limited to the frenzied fire fist. After all, he had quite a number of fire-type techniques. Chapter 5430. Of course, Lin Yi didn't know any cloning techniques. At this moment, he was actually using a fire-type technique that he hadn't used for a long time. It was the modified version of Mu Linsun's 1,000 transformations, Mu Linsun's frenzied fire fist. The black insects fell in large numbers again, and the burnt smell in the air was several times stronger than before. The effect was much better than the frenzied fire fist, as the clones closed in and greatly limited the black insect's space to escape. This move alone was dozens of times more effective than before. But this was far from enough. Although some of the black insects were killed, they seemed to be gathering from afar. Not only did their numbers not decrease, but they were also becoming more and more intense. The already irritating buzzing sound became even more earth-shattering. Not only the two unlucky fellows, but even Bing Wuqing, who had joined the battle, and Chu Tianlu, who was watching from afar, were in imminent danger. Bing Wuqing began to panic. Although the effect of Lin Yi's Mu Linsun's frenzied fire fist was inspiring, the current situation was not optimistic. She was a little regretful that she had advanced too rashly. If she had stayed at Chu Tianlu's position, she could have easily escaped with her strength. Unfortunately, she had been too impulsive just now. She knew that she didn't leave a good impression on Lin Yi, especially with the stain of leaving someone to die in the river of divine knowledge. Now that Lin Yi had advanced to the next level, she had to find a way to perform well in front of Lin Yi. Only then would she be truly trusted and obtain more benefits, such as the golden nascent gathering pill. Bing Wuqing, who was as calm and rational as she was, still had times when she miscalculated. More and more black insects appeared. She relied on the merciless ice force to freeze them into ice slags again, and then watch them break out of the ice unscathed. Not only that, but after a few times, she was shocked to find that these black insects had developed an immunity to her merciless ice force. The time it took for them to freeze into ice slags became shorter and shorter, and some of them didn't even fall. They shook off the ice slags on the surface of their bodies in the air, and then continued to pounce ferociously with a buzzing sound. In such a short period of time, such an amazing ability to adapt, the black insect's innate talent was truly astounding. It had far surpassed common sense. In this way, not only was Bing Wuqing unable to deal with these black insects, but she was also gradually losing the ability to rescue herself. If she were to end up like those two unlucky fellows and the black insects burrowed into her skin, her only outcome would be to bleed from her orifices until she completely collapsed. At this moment, Bing Wuqing wished more than anything that she was a fire elemental expert. Even if she was only in the foundation establishment stage, even if she couldn't kill as easily as Lin Yi, she would at least be able to protect herself. But now, as a dignified expert at the peak of the early nascent soul realm, she was actually being tormented by a swarm of blackworms to the point of being helpless. It was truly unbelievable. On the other hand, after Lin Yi had performed Mu Linsun's frenzy fists a few times, the ground around him was littered with the carcasses of the black insects. It looked like he had made a lot of progress, but it was a pity that he could not keep up with the number of black insects that were rushing toward him. Not only that, these black insects seemed to have a high level of intelligence. When they realized that they posed no threat to Lin Yi at all, and would only suffer one-sided abuse instead, they all turned around and turned toward Bing Wuqing and the others. The situation was getting more and more dangerous. Wuqing, take Chu Tianlu away from here. Lin Yi instructed in a low voice. At this moment, Chu Tianlu had not been completely entangled by the black insects, and Bing Wuqing could rely on the merciless ice aura to resist them for a short while, so there was still a chance for her to escape. As for Chu Tianlu's two unlucky friends, they had long been tortured to death by the black insects, and there was no way they could escape. Bing Wuqing was stunned. She had already planned to escape, and now that she heard Lin Yi's instructions, she retreated without hesitation. She even brought Chu Tianlu, who was watching nervously from a short distance away. His speed was far from that of a freak like Lin Yi, and his speed was not his forte either. But after all, his level of strength was still there, and he was still many times faster than someone like Chu Tianlu. When Bing Wuqing and Chu Tianlu were a little further away, Lin Yi took a deep breath. His entire body was surging with heat, and even the air around him began to distort. It was as if his entire person was about to melt on the spot. Gathering his aura, Lin Yi suddenly threw a punch at the void in front of him. At first glance, it did not look any different from before. It was still the frenzied fire fist, but this time, there were fire crystals in the air that were hard to see with the naked eye. A single frenzied fire fist was like a line of fire that ignited a bag of explosives. These fire crystals exploded with a loud bang almost at the same time, and the deafening booms rang out incessantly, shaking the earth and mountains. In the distance, Bing Wuqing and Chu Tianlu gasped at the same time, their eyes filled with shock. Not to mention Chu Tianlu, even Bing Wuqing had never seen a move that covered such a large area. In an instant, the area in front of them had become a sea of fire hell. It was no wonder that Lin Yi had asked the two of them to retreat, or they would definitely die in there. Frenzied fire thousand bursts fist. Such a high-level, explosive move could be said to be as rare as phoenix feathers and qilin horns in the immemorial martial world. In fact, with the strength of Lin Yi's primordial spirit, it was actually very difficult for him to use this move. Although it was not as profound and exquisite as the killing aura of the five elements, it was still extremely demanding on his physical strength. Otherwise, he would not even be able to condense fire crystals, let alone the frenzied fire thousand bursts. Lin Yi had completely relied on the powerful primordial spirit of his profound ascension middle stage primordial spirit to force his primordial spirit to use a move that exceeded its upper limit. That was how the scene before them had happened. The concentrated sounds of explosions quickly died down. Everything in front of them was red, and the air was filled with scorching flames. It was only when these flames dissipated with the wind that Bing Wuqing and Chu Tianlu stared at the scene before them, dumbfounded. The overwhelming swarm of black insects had completely disappeared. In their place were layers upon layers of corpses on the ground, and the air was filled with a pungent smell of burnt flesh. The terrifying swarm of black insects that had almost driven them to a dead end had been dealt with by a single punch from Lin. It sounded unbelievable, but this was the truth that had been laid out in front of them. Not far away, a cry of pain came from the pile of black insect corpses. A person struggled to climb to his feet. His body was riddled with wounds, and there were also some burn marks, but they were not obvious. Although the frenzied fire thousand bursts was not completely controllable, it was not as if there was no control at all. This was especially true when one's primordial spirit was at a higher level, and one's ability to control various details was stronger. A profound ascension middle stage primordial spirit like Lin Yi could be said to have a strategic advantage. Even if the difficulty was increased because it was not his main body, it was unlikely that he would accidentally kill Chu Tianlu's two unlucky friends. Of course, some burns were unavoidable. Otherwise, even if he dealt with the black insect swarm in the air, the insects that were stuck to their bodies would not be completely removed, and the only outcome would be death. Chapter 54:31. However, the two of them were still very thankful. No matter how miserable they were, they still survived and escaped the calamity. Brother Jingzi, Brother Qingfeng, are you all right? Chu Tianlu hurriedly ran over. He truly cared about these two friends of his, and was completely unaware of the scene that had just occurred. If he knew that his friend's moral qualities were comparable to Chu Tianliang's, he probably wouldn't be so nervous. I'm all right. The tall man called by Jingzi glanced at the person behind him with an extremely unnatural expression. His previous actions had almost completely offended this companion of his. Putting himself in their shoes, if he was the other person, he would definitely not stop once he caught his breath. Fortunately, the other Zhang Qingfeng didn't look in his direction. Instead, he was half lying on the ground, panting. He was the first victim of the black insects, and his injuries were far more serious than Bai Jingze's. Of course, he was also in a more sorry state. That's good, that's good. Chu Tianlu was so concerned that he completely didn't notice that something was wrong. He carefully helped the two of them up and generously gave them the clan's healing medicine he had brought with him. Although it wasn't a holy medicine, it was very effective for external injuries. However, he didn't bring much this time. He used half and gave the other half to the two of them. In this way, he didn't even have his own spare medicine. Thank you, Bai Jingze said with a pale face. On the other side, Zhang Qingfeng didn't say anything. He just silently allowed Chu Tianlu to help him apply the medicine. His head was lowered so that no one could see his expression. We've grown up together. What's there to thank me for? Chu Tianlu frowned to express his dissatisfaction, then asked, Didn't the two of you say you wanted to go to the snake's head to take a look? How did you provoke these insects? The terrain of Tai Snake Island, from the lowest snake's tail to the highest snake's head, could be seen at a glance. Normal people would want to climb to the top of the snake's head after coming here, but there were very few people who could reach that step. Although the terrain was simple, it could only ensure that they wouldn't get lost, but it didn't mean that they could easily walk through it. In terms of the small pugilistic world of the far ancient era, there were almost no weaklings who came here. But for Taishi Island, even a nascent soul-old monster like Bing Wuqing might not be enough, let alone those golden core stage or even foundation building stage cultivators. If one wanted to reach the snakehead's position, apart from necessary strength, the most important thing was luck. If one's luck wasn't good, everything else would be useless. Bai Jingze and Zhang Qingfeng's luck clearly wasn't all that great. If it weren't for Chu Tianlu's pleading, they would already be two corpses that were too horrible to look at. Zhang Qingfeng still didn't say anything. Bai Jingze glanced at him and explained, Actually, it's nothing. We just accidentally provoked them along the way. How unlucky, accidentally? Chu Tianlu was stunned for a moment, his eyes filled with disbelief. As for Lin Yi and Bing Wuqing beside him, they didn't believe his words at all. Accidentally provoking so many terrifying black insects? Was he trying to fool a child? No matter how ferocious and terrifying a spirit beast was, as long as it didn't actively attack it or enter its core territory, it wouldn't take the initiative to attack human cultivators. After all, they all had spiritual intelligence. In this era where human cultivators were the dominant force, no spirit beast would recklessly make an enemy out of humans, let alone act as crazily as the swarm of black insects just now to the point of disregarding the consequences. Anyone could see that Bai Jingze was being perfunctory. Strictly speaking, it wasn't really an accident. The main thing was that we saw a heaven and earth treasure, so we subconsciously approached it. We didn't expect something to happen. Bai Jingze hurriedly tried to salvage the situation. What heaven and earth treasure? Lin Yi asked casually. Heaven and earth treasures were always guarded by spirit beasts, especially the rarer the treasure, the more troublesome and fierce the spirit beasts around it. This was common sense. Judging from the terrifying swarm of black insects just now, the level of the heaven and earth treasure was definitely not simple. It must be a rare treasure in the world. This actually, I don't know either. I don't know much about elixirs, but it seems to be worth some spirit jade. Bai Jingze was still trying to hide the truth from them. Don't play dumb. At this moment, Zhang Qingfeng, who had been silent since the beginning, suddenly spoke. His words were shocking. We saw the spirit knowledge fruit. Spirit knowledge fruit. Lin Yi and the other two were all shocked. Bai Jingze couldn't help but frown at Zhang Qingfeng, very dissatisfied. Was this guy crazy? How could he reveal such important information to others? In his mind, he didn't have the slightest notion of repaying Lin Yi for saving them. He only had one thing on his mind, and that was to be able to find the fruit of consciousness. It was a great opportunity given to him by the heavens, and no one could take it away from him. Zhang Qingfeng originally did not want to easily reveal the spirit knowledge fruit to Lin Yi and the others. If possible, he would be happy to share the spirit knowledge fruit with Bai Jingze. Unfortunately, after the scene just now, a huge gap had appeared between the two of them. Even if it was just to vent his anger, he would never let Bai Jingze succeed. Wasn't there only one spirit knowledge fruit? Chu Tianlu looked surprised. Of all the people present, he should be the one who had done the most homework in this regard. There was only one spirit knowledge fruit at any one time. This was the conclusion he came to. The previous heaven-devouring giant crocodile's performance had also indirectly confirmed this point. The spirit knowledge fruit in the underground cave had obviously been taken away by Lin Yi, so how could another one have appeared? Could you have mistaken it for someone else? Linist. He was worried that one spirit knowledge fruit wouldn't be enough. If there really was another one, it couldn't be better. How could I have mistaken it for someone else? It's shaped like a snake's gallbladder and has so many terrifying black insects guarding it. If it isn't a spirit knowledge fruit, what could it be? Zhang Qingfeng shook his head. Anyone who came here basically came for the spirit knowledge fruit, and he was naturally no exception. He might not know about other natural treasures, but it was impossible for him to not recognize the spirit knowledge fruit. Lin Yi and Chu Tianlu looked at each other, pausing for a moment before taking out the spirit knowledge fruit from the jade pendant's space and asking, "Is it this one?" Bai Jingze and Zhang Qingfeng were stunned when they saw it, both of them swallowing a mouthful of saliva. Their eyes couldn't help showing greed, especially Bai Jingze, whose eyes almost fell out of their sockets. Fortunately, although he was envious, he did not lose his reason. They had seen Lin Yi's performance just now, and with that kind of strength, even if they were given 10,000 times more courage, they would not dare to snatch it. It's this one. The spirit knowledge fruit we saw is exactly the same as this one. Since Zhang Qingfeng had already revealed it, Bai Jingze could no longer continue to hide it and could only nod. Chapter 5432. Chu Tianlu's knowledge of the spirit knowledge fruit came from the family's ancient books. Could it be that it was written wrong? But that was not right. Even if the ancient books were wrong, the giant sky-devouring crocodile had no reason to help deceive people, right? Lin Yi also fell into deep thought. Logically speaking, it was unlikely that a heavenly treasure like the spirit knowledge fruit would appear at the same time, but nothing was absolute. Perhaps something had happened. In any case, since he knew there was a second spirit knowledge fruit, Lin Yi could not ignore it. He was still counting on this thing to help him completely resolve the 9 spirit tumors. In that case, please lead the way. Although it was a request, Lin Yi's tone was unquestionable. Not to mention that he had saved their lives, even if they did not know each other. In this world where strength was respected, the other party would not dare to refuse. Bai Jingze was somewhat reluctant. He had been planning to sneak back, but now his plan had failed. The key was that he had almost torn all pretense of cordiality with Zhang Qingfeng. He did not even have the chance to respond perfunctorily, so he could only obediently lead the way. Their destination wasn't far. After all, with the speed of the Black Swarm, and Bai Jingze and Zhang Qingfeng were only experts at the Great Circle of Foundation establishment, being able to escape this far was already their limit. Any further and they wouldn't be able to escape. Along the way, they encountered some scattered black insects from time to time. There were not many of them, but if Lin Yi was not present, the others would probably have a headache. None of them could use fire attribute martial skills, so there was no way to deal with them. But now it was simple. Lin Yi could easily open a path with a frenzied fist. Not long after, the group of 5 came to a rather secluded and remote place. The terrain of Tai Snake Island was simple. Under the cover of the dense forest, there were many places that were rarely known. If they did not come here by chance, ordinary people would not find it even if they walked along the path 10 times. That's it. Bai Jingze stopped, and Zhang Qingfeng did the same. They pointed a direction for Lin Yi and the others. There was nothing eye-catching in front of them. There were no towering trees, no exotic flowers or plants. At first glance, it was just a clump of ordinary weeds, but under the cover of the weeds, there was a faint bright red outline. The stench of snakes. It really is the spirit knowledge fruit. Chu Tianlu was stunned at a glance. He did not believe it on the way here, thinking that it might just be somewhat similar to the spirit knowledge fruit, but after smelling the iconic snake-like smell, he no longer had any doubts. There was no doubt that this was a genuine spirit knowledge fruit. Lin Yi was also a bit dumbfounded. He was the same as Chu Tianlu. Although he held quite a bit of hope in his heart, he didn't really believe it rationally. Now, however, seeing it with his own eyes was the truth. In such a remote place, with such a ferocious swarm of black insects guarding it, it's no wonder no one has discovered this spiritual knowledge fruit. Bing Wuqing's tone could be considered calm. She no longer coveted the spirit knowledge fruit. Even if Lin Yi offered it to her, she would not take it. For her, the spirit knowledge fruit was far less cost-effective than a top-grade gathering nascent pill. Moreover, she could use this to leave a good impression in Lin Yi's heart that she was not a glutton, killing two birds with one stone. Bing Wuqing was not tempted, but it did not mean that the others were not tempted. Chu Tianlu was still fine. A truly loyal person would normally know how to repay kindness, especially since he also knew his own limits. Therefore, he was only surprised by the second spirit knowledge fruit in front of him, but did not have any improper thoughts. However, this was not the case for the other two, especially Bai Jingze. Before this, his entire mind was filled with thoughts of secretly keeping the spirit knowledge fruit for himself. Now that his beautiful plan had been shattered, he could only settle for the next best thing. Although Lin Yi's life-saving grace could not be denied, this was a completely different matter. As for Zhang Qingfeng, although he was now prepared to shed all pretense of cordiality with Bai Jingze, his stance on this matter was more or less the same. They had only discovered this spirit knowledge fruit because of the smoke from their ancestors' graves. If Lin Yi really took it for himself and did not get a share of the spirit knowledge fruit, he would definitely be extremely indignant and would definitely curse. Without waiting for Lin Yi to speak, Bai Jingze could not wait to snatch the spirit knowledge fruit. Zhang Qingfeng was not willing to fall behind either. It was unrealistic to keep it for himself, but as long as the first to obtain the spirit knowledge fruit, Lin Yi would have to pay some price even if he asked for it, so they would not be left empty-handed. You guys? Chu Tianlu opened his mouth, wanting to stop them, but he didn't know what to do. As far as he was concerned, the fruit should belong to Lin Yi alone. Bai Jingze and Zhang Qingfeng really didn't know what was good for them. They'd just been saved by Lin Yi, and they were still heavily injured. Why did they have to be so impatient? Lin Yi was not surprised at all. From the first time he saw these two people, he already knew that they had bad intentions. Although birds of a feather flock together, Chu Tianlu obviously did not make the right friends. The two people's actions at this time only confirmed his view of people. Wait, don't act rashly. Lin Yi stopped them in a low voice. Bai Jingze and Zhang Qingfeng's expressions suddenly became a bit unsightly, but in the end they did not lose their reason and reluctantly stopped. They were only 3 steps away from the spirit knowledge fruit. If they moved forward a little more, they would be able to obtain it. Unfortunately, they did not dare to. After seeing the 1,000 wild flame fists just now, normal people would not have the thought of becoming enemies with Lin Yi, let alone the two of them who were quite seriously injured. However, they still did not give up. Bai Jingze and Zhang Qingfeng looked at each other, temporarily putting aside their previous dirty thoughts. In the face of benefits, they once again stood on the same line. Brother Lin, you dealt with the black insects, and just now you also saved us. We will never forget this great kindness, but this is a different thing. Without us leading the way, you would not have found this spirit knowledge fruit. According to the rules of Jianghu, you should at least give us some, right? Bai Jingze said with a dissatisfied expression. You don't know what's good for you. Without waiting for Lin Yi to speak, Bing Wuqing directly used her merciless ice force to freeze him into a human-shaped popsicle. She would never talk nonsense with such scum, and she had a belly full of anger from the black insects just now. Brother Bing, wait. Let's talk this out. Chu Tianlu was shocked when he saw this, and hurriedly stepped forward to stop her. At the same time, he desperately winked at Bai Jingze and Zhang Qingfeng. It was not easy to beg Lin Yi to save these two friends. If they were killed because of this kind of thing, wouldn't it all be in vain? Bing Wuqing ignored him. In her eyes, Chu Tianlu did not carry any weight at all. If he also did not know what was good for him, she did not mind killing him as well. Chapter 54:33. At the profound ascension stage, one's state of mind had gradually become calm, especially since Lin Yi was not a bloodthirsty person. As long as someone did not provoke him and deserved to die, he would not easily make a move. Thank you for your generosity, Brother Lin. Chu Tianlu breathed a sigh of relief. His back was covered with a layer of cold sweat. Bing Wuqing was notoriously difficult to negotiate with. If Lin Yi had not stopped her, he and his two friends would have been 3 lifeless human ice sculptures by now. Lin Yi shook his head non-committally and looked at them without saying a word. Chu Tianlu hurriedly tugged at Bai Jingze and Zhang Qingfeng's sleeves and desperately winked at them. At this time, they just had to give in and express their stance. After all, they were facing an existence comparable to a nascent soul-stage old monster, or even more unfathomable. Under normal circumstances, people like them could only kneel and lick each other's boots. They did not even have the chance to talk to each other as equals, let alone be stubborn. However, he still underestimated the appeal of the spirit fruit to them. If Bai Jingze and Zhang Qingfeng were to be described in one word, it would be blinded by greed. Of course, this also had to do with the fact that they did not know Lin Yi's specific strength. They had not seen the scene where Lin Yi killed the sky-devouring giant crocodile. Although the raging fire thousand explosive fist looked exaggerated under Lin Yi's deliberate control, it did not cause much harm to them. As for those terrifying black insects, in their opinion, they were just afraid of fire. Any fire-type expert in the Foundation establishment stage could probably kill them. The reason why they were so difficult to deal with was simply that they were not on the right path. While they were brainwashing themselves with these self-deceiving thoughts, they had never thought that if Lin Yi's strength was really only at this level, why would the great Bing Wuqing listen to his words? She was not only a super genius who had been famous for a while, but also a newly advanced nascent soul stage old monster. Brother Tianlu, why don't you help us out this? Bai Jingze rubbed his hands. He was indeed scared out of his wits just now, but since Lin Yi was soft-hearted and did not want Bing Wuqing to kill the two of them, in his opinion, this was a ready-made opportunity to get a piece of the pie. As the saying goes, fortune comes from danger. Chu Tianlu was stupefied. In his previous understanding, Bai Jingze wasn't someone who didn't know when to advance or retreat. Heaven's Road, we are all friends, seeing that your relationship with them is not bad, help us say something fair. Zhang Qingfeng whispered as well. However, since they were standing so close to each other, no matter how softly he spoke, Lin Yi and Bing Wuqing could hear him clearly. Lin Yi could not help but find this scene funny. When he saw Chu Tianlu's awkward appearance, he said, "Could it be that you think that the knowledge fruit is placed in front of you, that you can pick it at will, and that there's not even the slightest danger?" What danger could there be? Bai Jingze and Su Mo glanced at each other. A normal person would think that since they had already dealt with the black insects, the terrifying guardian spirit beasts, there would naturally not be any other dangers. Now it was time to reap the harvest. What do you guys think? Lin Yi crossed his arms and smiled faintly. If you don't dare to pick it, then I'll go. Bai Jingze was still silently cursing this guy in his heart. This guy was indeed not very good. He was so timid that it was obvious that he lacked confidence. As he spoke, he was afraid that Lin Yi would go back on his word, so he hurriedly reached out to pick the knowledge fruit. I'll do it. Zhang Qingfeng did not fall behind and hurriedly rushed over. Chu Tianlu reached out to stop them, not only because he was afraid that the two would offend Lin Yi, but also because he felt that this matter was a little abnormal. Unfortunately, the two were already blinded by greed, and he could not stop them at all. The two rushed to be first regardless of their injuries, and almost fell together. Unexpectedly, just as they were about to snatch the knowledge fruit, Zhang Qingfeng suddenly screamed, "Ah! What's wrong?" Chu Tianlu was shocked, and hurriedly asked with concern. I don't know either. I just felt my hand being pricked by something, and it hurt like hell. But now it doesn't hurt anymore. Zhang Qingfeng explained. As he spoke, he opened his palm to take a look. A tiny red dot had appeared on his palm, and it was almost impossible to notice if one did not look carefully. Looks like there's a thorn. Although he said this, Bai Jingze did not care about this. Instead, he was somewhat gloating. This way, no one would be able to snatch it from him. In the end, before he could touch the knowledge fruit, he suddenly screamed, lowered his head, and stretched out his hand to take a look. There was also a tiny red dot on his hand. Where is this thorn? Bai Jingze was a little confused, and Zhang Qingfeng was also dumbfounded. If there was a thorn on the knowledge fruit, they did not see it at all. Could this thorn be invisible? But just now, Lin Yi showed them that there was clearly nothing on the knowledge fruit. They did not understand what had happened because their strength was too weak. But Lin Yi saw it clearly. Just now, when the two of them reached out to pluck the fruit, an extremely thin needle suddenly extended from the knowledge fruit. It looked like the stinger of some kind of insect, and its speed was so fast that it made one's hair stand on end. It was far beyond the level of the ancient underworld, and even Lin Yi could not help but feel ashamed of his inferiority. Beside him, Bing Wuqing could not help but be moved. Although her strength could not be compared to Lin Yi's, she still had good eyesight. Even if she did not see it as clearly as Lin Yi, she could more or less understand what had happened. She could not help but sneer inwardly. Boss Lin Yi had clearly said that this thing was dangerous, but the two of them still insisted on snatching it. They really did not know what was good for them. Brother Lin, did you see something? Chu Tianlu could only smile bitterly and step forward to smooth things over. Lin Yi glanced at him and said indifferently, "This is not the knowledge fruit." What? Bai Jingze and Zhang Qingfeng cried out at the same time. Even Chu Tianlu looked stunned. This thing clearly looked like the knowledge fruit, and it also had the characteristic snake-like smell of the knowledge fruit. If this thing was not the knowledge fruit, what else could it be? This is not the knowledge fruit? Then what is it? Bai Jingze and Zhang Qingfeng clearly did not believe him. They were sure that Lin Yi wanted to take the knowledge fruit for himself, so he deliberately made such an alarmist statement to scare them away. I don't know. Lin Yi shook his head. This was the truth. Until now, he still could not see what this thing was. He could only judge from the scene just now that this thing was definitely not the knowledge fruit, but a trap with thorns. Chapter 54-34. Lin Yi smiled indifferently and said casually, "If you're not afraid of death, go ahead and pick it. I won't stop you." Really? Bai Jingze was skeptical. He was purely gauging the heart of a gentleman with his own mean measure. If Lin Yi strongly stopped him, he would definitely snatch the spirit knowledge fruit at all costs. However, now that Lin Yi had expressed his stance, he was a little uncertain. Brother Jingze, Brother Qingfeng, although I can't explain why, my intuition tells me that this thing is not normal. It's best that you two don't act rashly. Maybe there really is a problem, Chu Tianlu advised. All right. Zhang Qingfeng hesitated for a moment before nodding in agreement. But we can't just give up like this, right? Bai Jingze was retreating, but he was still extremely unwilling. The legendary spirit knowledge fruit was so close at hand. If he just left like this, it would probably be a lifelong regret. In that case, let's just settle down here and wait and see. Lin Yi also wanted to figure out the details of this thing, so he did not mind spending 1 or 2 more days here. Bing Wuqing had no objections, and Chu Tianlu naturally had no objections either. However, Bai Jingze and Zhang Qingfeng were a little reluctant. Until now, the two of them still felt that this was the spirit knowledge fruit in front of them, and that Lin Yi was deliberately mystifying things to make the two of them retreat in the face of difficulties so that he could take it for himself. However, since things had come to this, they could not object and could only stay here. No matter what, they would never leave without getting a share of the loot. The 5 of them settled down not far away. Camping out in the wild was a common thing for cultivators like them. As long as they were a little more careful and avoided the threat of those nocturnal spirit beasts, everything else was not a problem. Lin Yi reclined on the trunk of a nearby tree, and the others did the same. Not only was it more comfortable, but it also allowed them to see the situation below clearly, especially the suspected spirit knowledge fruit. Among everyone present, the ones who cared the most about this spiritual knowledge fruit were none other than Bai Jingze and Lin. Bai Jingze was afraid that Lin Yi would play some tricks and secretly pick the spiritual knowledge fruit in the middle of the night when he wasn't paying attention. Then, if Lin Yi denied it, he would suffer a great loss. However, he also knew that it was impossible for him to keep an eye on Lin Yi on his own. His injuries were not light. Although he had applied ointment, it was inevitable that he would be sleepy and lost in thought after resting. He needed to find an ally who was on the same side as him. There was no need to consider Bing Wuqing. She was obviously in cahoots with Lin Yi. As for Chu Tianlu, he couldn't figure out what kind of relationship he had with Lin Yi. Moreover, based on Chu Tianlu's character, the possibility of him agreeing to such a thing was almost zero. After thinking about it, Bai Jingze could only lock his target as an ally to Zhang Qingfeng in the end. Although there was a grudge between them and there was a deep estrangement from the beginning, Zhang Qingfeng was the only person present who was on the same side as him. There was no one else besides him. Qingfeng, I know you're angry about what happened before, but I was really panicking at that time. I was blinded by fear and couldn't determine your position at all. I subconsciously attacked behind me. Really, I just wanted to see if I could kill those insects. I really didn't aim at you. We've been brothers for so many years, you must believe me. Bai Jingze moved closer and explained in a low voice. Is that so? Zhang Qingfeng glanced at him and replied with a sneer. If you really don't have a guilty conscience, why are you explaining all this to me? Bai Jingze just casually said a few words and he believed him. Did he really think that Zhang Qingfeng was a 3-year-old child? In that situation, it was obvious that the other party wanted to use him as a meat shield to attract the swarm of black insects so that he could escape easily. If Zhang Qingfeng couldn't even see this clearly, then he deserved to be tricked to death. I'm just afraid that you have a knot in your heart, Bai Jingze said with a guilty conscience. Zhang Qingfeng snorted coldly, glancing at Lin Yi and the others not far away who were squinting their eyes and pretending to sleep, whispering, Don't pretend in front of me, I already know what kind of person you are. Hee, you want me to cooperate with you to secretly steal that spiritual knowledge fruit, am I right? Bai Jingze blushed with shame for a moment, but then he returned to normal and nodded, solemnly saying, Yes, the spiritual knowledge fruit is right in front of you. I don't think you want to miss it and let others take it for themselves, right? No matter what kind of misunderstanding there is between the two of us, the fertile water can't flow into the fields of outsiders. What do you think? A villain is a villain. Zhang Qingfeng curled his lips disdainfully. Bai Jingze's expression suddenly became a little ugly, but then he heard Zhang Qingfeng ask, What are you going to do? He now deeply hated Bai Jingze, but there was one thing he had in common with Bai Jingze. He also coveted the spiritual knowledge fruit in front of him, and Bai Jingze's proposal was actually exactly what he wanted. In fact, even if Bai Jingze did not take the initiative to propose it, he would still put down his pride and join forces with the other party. After all, if he was alone, no matter what tricks he wanted to play, he would be too weak. Bai Jingze's mouth curled up as he calmly looked at Lin Yi and the others not far away, lowering his voice to a whisper. Our Bai family has a unique family secret skill called night concealment. As long as it is used at night, it can completely hide in the darkness, and ordinary people will not be able to detect it. Since you have such a method, why did you come to me? Zhang Qingfeng frowned. If the night concealment was really as amazing as Bai Jingze said, he could easily steal the spiritual knowledge fruit by himself. There was no need for him to ask for help. The night concealment can indeed hide from their eyes and ears, but look at them, each more vigilant than the other. Once I use the night concealment, they will immediately discover that I have disappeared. Wouldn't that be a disaster? Bai Jingze continued to mouthful. Then what do you want to do? Zhang Qingfeng asked. It just so happens that you know the illusion technique. Although the illusions you make are easy to see through during the day, in this kind of night with only weak moonlight, it is enough to pass off as the real thing. While I use the night concealment, you can use the illusion technique to make me appear to confuse their sight. Wouldn't that be enough? Bai Jingze suggested with glowing eyes. He had already thought of this step from the very beginning. Otherwise, he wouldn't have come to Zhang Qingfeng in the first place. Chapter 54-35. Don't worry, I know what's important. When the time comes, you can just casually tell them and they will be exposed. How would I dare to take it all for myself? You can rest assured that I will never let you suffer a loss. How about we split it in half? Bai Jingze vowed solemnly, as if he had already forgotten the scene of the other party almost dying during the day. Of course, Bai Jingze did not believe him, but what he said was also reasonable. If the other party really had the courage to take it all for himself, he would not have come to him to cooperate. He immediately nodded and said, "I'll believe you for the last time." The two discussed in a low voice for a while, looking at the night sky above their heads. When a dark cloud blocked the moonlight, Bai Jingze took action. Putting aside everything else, the Bai family's ancestral night concealment technique was indeed commendable. Not only did it allow one to completely blend into the night, leaving no traces behind, it even concealed one's aura. At the same time, it could also escape the perception of divine sense to a certain extent, making it impossible for ordinary people to detect it. It was a pity that the Lin Yi they were facing was not an ordinary person. No matter how exquisite the Bai family's night concealment technique was, it was simply a joke in front of his profound ascension middle stage soul. After all, the gap between them was too great, and this was not something that could be made up for by any technical means. In fact, although Bai Jingze and Zhang Qingfeng had been very careful and almost only talked with their mouths, Lin Yi had long seen all of this. Whether it was Bai Jingze's night concealment technique or Zhang Qingfeng's illusion technique, in his eyes, they were full of flaws. He just watched coldly from the sidelines and did not directly stand up to expose them. At this moment, Bai Jingze, who had entered the state of night concealment technique, still thought that no one was aware of him. He was carefully approaching the divine sense fruit. Along the way, he was extremely cautious and kept his hands and feet as light as possible. Even if it was inevitable that the weeds under his feet would deform, he would find ways to suppress all these movements to a minimum. Bai Jingze showed extreme patience at this time. Every step he took was as much as possible in order to perfectly cover his own movements. Even though Lin Yi found it funny, he could not help but feel that although this guy was shameless, he really had some skills. It was less than 10 meters, but Bai Jingze had to spend a whole hour before he finally reached the edge of the fruit. He looked carefully at the group's position. It seemed that they'd really been fooled by Zhang Qingfeng's wood illusions. They didn't notice anything at all. He was so close to success, and he felt a surge of excitement in his heart. While he was observing the reactions of Lin Yi and the others, he was completely unaware that a tail needle had quietly extended out from beneath the divine sense fruit that he coveted. It was pitch black and restrained, without emitting any dim light. It was like a beast that was holding its breath and lying dormant, completely integrated with the darkness. Lin Yi raised his eyebrows slightly. He had already seen it during the day, but now he could see it more clearly. It was obvious that this thing was not a divine sense fruit at all, but a living thing. Ah! A painful howl broke the silence of the night on Tai Snake Island. A flock of birds flew out of the surrounding dense forest. Lin Yi had already expected this, and Bing Wuqing had obviously noticed it beforehand. Only Chu Tianlu woke up from his daze and almost fell off the tree trunk. "What's going on?" Chu Tianlu was shocked. Immediately, he saw a figure jumping and howling in pain near the divine sense fruit. Upon closer inspection, he realized that it was Bai Jingze. He hurriedly went forward and asked, "Brother Jingze, what's wrong?" Zhang Qingfeng, who was beside him, hurriedly withdrew his illusion technique and ran over. When he saw Bai Jingze's right hand, his expression changed drastically. Unlike during the day, Bai Jingze's right hand was no longer a small red. Instead, it was dripping with blood. In just a moment, the tail needle had pricked him at least 1,000 times. The intensity of the frequency and the speed were shocking. Even Lin Yi was left speechless. It seemed that the same tail needle was much more aggressive at night than during the day. Bai Jingze was still howling in pain. Zhang Qingfeng was overjoyed at the scene. Too much. He was only responsible for creating the illusion to deceive Lin Yi and the others. If he had really come to steal the divine sense fruit with Bai Jingze, he would probably have ended up the same way. "I got it!" Chu Tianlu suddenly shouted, giving Lin Yi and the others a fright. They thought he had also been tricked, but in the end, they heard him say, "I got it. This isn't the divine sense fruit. This is the illusory insect recorded in the ancient books. It's the mother of those black insects." Its nature is to disguise itself as various rare treasures of heaven and earth to attract prey, then poison them to death, and finally eat them. What? Poison? Bai Jingze, who had just felt a little better, was immediately shocked again. He hurriedly asked, "Is it really poisonous?" "I'm not too sure about this, but it's vaguely recorded in the ancient books." Chu Tianlu scratched his head and smiled bitterly. He had inadvertently seen it when he was looking through the information on the divine sense fruit. The memory was vague, and he had only skimmed over it. How could he know so clearly? What should I do? Bai Jingze's intestines were green with regret. Things had developed to this point. Even a fool would know that this wasn't the divine sense fruit at all, but the illusory insect that Chu Tianlu had mentioned. If he hadn't thought himself clever, how could he have fallen to this point? Unfortunately, there were no ifs in this world. It was too late to regret now. Looking at his bloody right hand, he could only look at Lin helplessly, hoping that the other party could have a way to save him. Lin didn't care about him at all. He waved his hand and said, "Since it's confirmed that this isn't the divine sense fruit, let's go." After speaking, Lin turned and walked away. Bing Wuqing followed closely behind without saying anything. Chu Tianlu opened his mouth, but in the end he didn't say anything. He patted Bai Jingze's shoulder, sighed, and followed Lin Yi's footsteps. He wasn't a person who couldn't tell good from bad. Bai Jingze would appear next to the illusory insect. Even if he used his toes, he could figure out what this guy was up to. This was called asking for it. Even if he was on his friend's side, he couldn't say anything. It was already good enough that he didn't scold Bai Jingze to draw a line with him. Zhang Qingfeng also hurriedly followed. In addition to rejoicing in his heart, he was gloating. He looked at Bai Jingze with eyes full of pleasure. This was called retribution. Sigh. Bai Jingze's face was bitter. He looked back at the divine sense fruit and felt his blood run cold. He could only sigh and follow the footsteps of the people in front of him. Chapter 54-36. Firstly, many spiritual beasts had nocturnal habits. It was very easy to run into them if they moved at this time. Secondly, their senses were obstructed at night. Even if there was danger, it was difficult to detect it, and it was easy to run into an iron plate. However, this wasn't a problem for Lin. His divine sense was sufficient. As long as it wasn't voluntary, he had 100% certainty of avoiding all dangers. Of course, with his situation, there probably wasn't much that could be said to be truly dangerous in the entire ancient martial world. If he was happy, he could completely do whatever he wanted. Lin didn't have the hobby of learning from crabs. As long as he didn't go in too big of a circle, he would basically take the initiative to go around the spiritual beasts blocking the way. With a guy like him who had practically opened up the entire map leading the way, everyone naturally had a smooth journey. In the blink of an eye, it was noon of the next day. Just as Lin was planning to find the shade of a tree to rest for a while, Bai Jingze, who was following behind them, suddenly started to howl loudly. He was still fine a moment ago, but in the blink of an eye, he was covered in sweat. His entire body was extremely cold one moment and extremely hot the next. It was as if he was having a pendulum. Moreover, he was rolling on the ground in pain, howling endlessly. "Brother Jingze." Seeing this, Chu Tianlu became anxious. He was dissatisfied with Bai Jingze's actions last night, but they were friends for many years after all. He really couldn't bear to see Bai Jingze like this. However, he had no choice. He could only turn his head anxiously to look at Lin. "Brother Lin, can you help me? How do you feel right now?" asked Lin with a slight frown. If it was in the past, he wouldn't pay attention to this kind of vile scum at all. On the contrary, he would even make fun of him. However, as his level had increased, he had unconsciously become much more open-minded. "There seems to be something moving in my stomach. A lot of things are moving, ah." Bai Jingze howled intermittently in pain. Lin walked over and directly used his divine sense to forcefully sweep over his body. The result caused him to be greatly shocked. It really was as this guy had said. Unknowingly, a large pile of insects had actually hatched out of his body. They were all larvae of black insects. It didn't look like much on the surface, but this X-ray vision was really shocking. Even with Lin Yi's experience, he couldn't help but feel abnormally disgusted. Lin Yi couldn't help but feel a little strange. When Bai Jingze was attacked by the black insects, although there were indeed black insects drilling into his body through the 7 orifices and pores of his skin, the tiny fire crystals produced by the 1,000 burst frenzy fists had also seeped in. In theory, all the black insects should have been wiped out. Although the fiery energy didn't have much of an effect on cultivators, killing the black insects shouldn't be a problem. Seeing Lin Yi frown, Chu Tianlu thought he wasn't willing to save him. He hurriedly pleaded, "Brother Lin, I know I'm going too far, but he's my friend. No matter what, please save him. There's not much I can give you in return other than the secret I told you before. If you like me, then let me serve you. I won't even bat an eyelid if I have to climb a mountain of swords or plunge into a pot of boiling oil." Lin Yi glanced at him and said indifferently, "His body is now filled with larvae of black worms." Larvae of black worms? Chu Tianlu was shocked, but quickly reacted. It was injected by that illusory insect. Legend has it that after an illusory insect stings its prey, it won't directly poison them to death. Instead, it will ovulate in the prey's body. I didn't expect it to hatch so quickly. Lin Yi suddenly understood. He turned his head to look at the silent Zhang Qingfeng and said, "You also have them in your body, right?" Zhang Qingfeng stared blankly. He was still gloating in his heart, but when he heard this, his complexion immediately changed. "I didn't steal the divine knowledge fruit last night, nor was I stung by an illusory insect. How could I have them?" "Is that so? But weren't you stung like him yesterday?" Lin Yi reminded him with a smile that wasn't a smile. Zhang Qingfeng remembered this, and immediately felt his body begin to churn. It wasn't completely a psychological effect, but there really were larvae of black worms crawling. His current symptoms were much lighter than Bai Jingze's, so he wouldn't be rolling on the ground in a sorry state. However, if he didn't receive treatment in time, he would sooner or later end up the same. "Save me! Brother Lin, save us! I'm begging you, save us!" The two hurriedly asked for help from Lin. At this moment, the only person who could save their lives was Lin. From an emotional point of view, Lin Yi didn't really want to help them. These two people's characters weren't good, so there was nothing wrong with leaving them to fend for themselves. However, he couldn't resist Chu Tianlu's pleas from the side. In the end, he nodded and agreed. The process of saving them actually wasn't complicated. The larvae of the black worms in the two people's bodies were indeed a ghastly sight, making one's scalp go numb. However, due to their extreme fear of fire, they only needed to be exterminated by fire qi. However, this was only simple in theory. In reality, it was extremely difficult to carry out. It should be known that it was very difficult for the qi of different cultivators to coexist. Even if they were of the same type, it was still very dangerous for qi from an outsider to enter the body. If there was a conflict between their qi, a moment of carelessness would result in the meridians exploding, not to mention that they were not of the same type. In addition, even if they could suppress the conflict of qi, how to ensure that the larvae of the black worms wouldn't be harmed as much as possible at the same time was another huge problem. Therefore, this matter sounded simple, but even the most outstanding doctor would probably only frown and shake his head when he encountered this problem. Fortunately, they met Lin. Although Lin Yi wasn't a doctor in the truest sense, he was an absolute expert in this aspect. Especially with his all-purpose qi, his control over qi, now that his primordial spirit had broken through to the middle stage of mysterious ascension, it was already gradually reaching the peak, so it wasn't a problem at all. Not long after, Lin easily cleared the larvae of the black worms from the two people's bodies. Bai Jingze and Zhang Qingfeng were both half paralyzed on the ground, looking like they were about to die from exhaustion. The two of them had already suffered serious injuries before, but because they coveted the spirit fruit wholeheartedly, they forcefully suppressed their injuries. Now, after Lin Yi's treatment, the after effects of exhaustion began to appear, and collapse was a very normal thing. "Thank you, Brother Lin, for helping us. We can't thank you enough." Chu Tianlu hurriedly gave the two a meaningful look, and at the same time expressed his thanks. "We can't thank you enough. We can't thank you enough." Bai Jingze and Zhang Qingfeng could only force themselves to crawl up and embarrassedly express their gratitude, their faces carrying a bit of embarrassment and guilt. Chapter 5437. Any normal person would be deeply grateful, and the two of them were no exception. It's nothing. It's nothing. Lin Yi waved his hand calmly. He didn't take their gratitude seriously and didn't take it to heart. Lin Yi now had a rather unique view of people. The two of them, especially Bai Jingze, were too greedy and had a bad character. As for Zhang Qingfeng, after being completely tricked by the other party, he was still in cahoots with them. It was clear that he had a gloomy mind, and neither of them was a good person. Therefore, their cheap gratefulness was meaningless. Seeing Lin Yi's cold expression, the two of them exchanged a look with Chu Tianlu. Without saying anything more, they sat down to rest. Let's go. Lin Yi called out to Bing Wuqing and Chu Tianlu. Obviously, he didn't want Bai Jingze and Zhang Qingfeng to follow them anymore. They didn't have much to do with each other in the first place. Moreover, with their bad character, not only would they not be of any help, they would only ruin things. What was the point of bringing them along? In the end, as soon as he finished speaking, Bai Jingze and Zhang Qingfeng immediately struggled to stand up. Tai Snake Island was full of danger. If they stayed alone in their current state, the consequences could be imagined. In their opinion, since Lin Yi was willing to save them twice, it meant that he was most likely a good person. As long as they were thick-skinned and followed him closely, they probably wouldn't turn against him. Compared to their lives, what was a mere sense of shame? Bing Wuqing could not help but frown when she saw that. In her opinion, a heavily injured Chu Tianlu was already a burden enough. That was fine. After all, Chu Tianlu was actually a pretty good person. At least, he was not annoying to look at. However, Bai Jingze and Zhang Qingfeng were different. Judging from their previous suicidal actions, if it had not been for Lin Yi's generosity, Bing Wuqing would have been turned into two human-shaped ice sculptures long ago. Yet, they still had the audacity to play petty tricks at a time like this. They had gone too far. When Chu Tianlu saw this, his heart immediately thumped. At this moment, he was very embarrassed and put in a difficult situation. After thinking for a bit, he hurriedly stood out to smooth things over. Brother Bai's, Brother Qingfeng, the two of you are both heavily injured right now. Why don't you just find a hidden and safe place to properly recuperate? After 2 days, I'll come back here to rendezvous with the two of you. How about we go out together? This was the best solution he could think of. He couldn't just ignore his two friends, but he couldn't keep causing trouble for Lin. This was the only way he could come up with. It was still a little dangerous for Bai Jingze and Zhang Qingfeng, but it was much safer than running around with injuries all over their bodies. They just had to be more alert, that's all. What about you? Bai Jingze asked despite knowing the answer. Chu Tianlu scratched his head. Logically speaking, if he knew that he would only be a burden to others, with his temperament, he would definitely stay behind with Bai Jingze and Zhang Qingfeng. The more they supported each other, the safer they would be. However, he made a promise to Lin Yi before. Before fulfilling his promise, he could only continue following Lin Yi. Brother Tianlu, could it be that you're going with them to do something big? Bai Jingze's question was rather incisive. If there wasn't anything important, he could conveniently ask Chu Tianlu to stay behind and drag him down with him. However, if there really was something important, he could continue to ask a few more questions. Perhaps he could find an opportunity. Zhang Qingfeng didn't say anything, but the same question could be seen from his face. He was waiting for Chu Tianlu's reply. When Lin Yi saw this scene, he shook his head. Chu Tianlu was truly the one who met the wrong people. He was clearly a man who valued loyalty above all else, yet the people he made friends with were all gloomy and scheming fellows. Who knew how many times he had suffered in the past, both openly and secretly. It can't really be considered a big deal. It's just that I made a promise to Brother Lin yesterday. I want to uncover a secret of Tai Snake Island that I previously discovered as a small repayment for saving my life, Chu Tianlu said truthfully. Tai Snake Island's secret? What secret? The two hurriedly asked. When they heard this word, their eyes lit up. Any secret in this kind of place basically involved heavenly treasures. Since Chu Tianlu said it so seriously, It showed that this secret was absolutely not simple. Even if it couldn't compare to the most iconic spiritual knowledge fruit of Tai Snake Island, the level of the secret would not be too far off. Chu Tianlu wasn't really stupid. Since it was a secret, he wouldn't easily reveal it to others. Although with his loyal character, he wouldn't hide anything from his friends, the problem now was that he had already promised to Lin. If he revealed it to Bai Jingzi and Zhang Qingfeng, what would Lin Yi think? Tianlu, you don't have to feel embarrassed. We're just asking casually. Don't take it to heart. Zhang Qingfeng was very understanding when he saw this. Hypocrite. Bai Jingzi cursed in his heart. Based on his understanding of Zhang Qingfeng, he was 100% sure that this guy was just putting on an act. His true thoughts were absolutely the same as his own. He wanted to dig out the secret of the Supreme Snake Island and take it for himself. Although he was cursing in his heart on the surface, Bai Jingzi also echoed, "Yes, yes. We've been good brothers and friends for so many years. How could we make things difficult for you, Tianlu, because of this? You really don't need to think too much about it." When the two said this, Chu Tianlu was immediately moved. He said, "Thank you for your understanding, but I only happened to read about this secret in an ancient book. It hasn't been verified yet, so I don't want to casually say it. If it's just a baseless rumor, wouldn't that be embarrassing? Since it's recorded in an ancient book, how can it be a rumor?" Bai Jingzi didn't give up and beat around the bush. Because what it says is vague, and there are no other ancient records to support it, I haven't heard any rumors in this regard, so I don't think it's very credible. Chu Tianlu's expression was serious, as if he was recalling what he had read in an ancient book. If it was proven to be a rumor in the end, he really wouldn't have the face to face Lin Yi. "What kind of rumor is it exactly?" Zhang Qingfeng asked. "According to the ancient book I read, since Tai Snake Island was formed from the ancient Tai snake, it has a snake head, a snake body, and a snake tail on the surface, so it must have a very important place, which is its snake abdomen. The true essence of Tai Snake Island is suppressed in the snake abdomen, which is the source of all spiritual knowledge fruits, the spiritual knowledge fruit's heart." When Chu Tianlu said this, he unconsciously became a little excited. This wasn't strange. If all this was true, normal people would be excited to hear it. Chapter 54:38. Yes, it is the heart of the spiritual awareness fruit. According to the ancient book, its effect is equivalent to at least 5 spiritual awareness fruits, perhaps even more. Moreover, once it is picked, the source of all the essence of Great Snake Island will be cut off, and there will no longer be any spiritual awareness fruits in the future, Chu Tianlu explained. There's actually such a divine object. Bai Jingzi's eyes began to shine again, and Zhang Qingfeng could not help but reveal a covetous expression. For them, an ordinary consciousness fruit was already tempting enough, let alone the heart of the consciousness fruit. Not to mention them, even Lin Yi could not help but feel excited when he heard this. He was currently having a headache about how to deal with the 9 spirit tumors, and it was obviously not enough to rely on the heart of the consciousness fruit. If he could get his hands on the heart of the consciousness fruit, he might be able to survive. Chu Tianlu knew he had made a slip of the tongue when he saw the crowd's eagerness. He hurriedly poured cold water on them. "What I've said hasn't been verified. Let alone the divine knowledge fruit's core, even the so-called snake belly is unknown. Everyone, please don't have too high of an expectation. Whether it's a rumor or not, can't we just find a way to verify it?" Bai Jingzi was in high spirits. Seeing that Chu Tianlu was hesitating to speak, he quickly struck while the iron was hot. "Tianlu, with your style of getting to the bottom of things, I believe you must have a countermeasure. Am I right? I do have some ideas. I have carefully studied the map of Tai Snake Island. If there really is a snake belly, its entrance is likely to be at the snake's head, so as long as we can verify this, I believe we can draw a conclusion about whether the heart of the consciousness fruit really exists," Chu Tianlu said without reservation. When Bing Wuqing heard this, she began to frown and stared blankly at Chu Tianlu. Since this secret was to repay Boss Lin Yi, before he got Boss Lin Yi's approval, Chu Tianlu could not reveal it to others. Otherwise, this was just a guess. If it really spread like wildfire, what value would it have? This cunning guy. Chu Tianlu's image in Bing Wuqing's eyes worsened. She believed that he was not stupid enough to not think of such an obvious thing. He was clearly taking advantage of this opportunity to gain benefits for these two so-called friends. Chu Tianlu could not help but feel a little guilty. He did have this intention, and it was quite inappropriate to say it, but before he said it, he carefully looked at Lin Yi's face. Seeing that the other party had no intention of stopping him, he only said it half-heartedly. On one hand, he was his savior, and on the other hand, he was a friend of many years. He was in a dilemma. Come to think of it, Lin Yi really didn't care much about this. Bai Jingze and Zhang Qingfeng together weren't a threat to him at all, and this was a secret Chu Tianlu had discovered. Even if he'd promised to repay Lin Yi with this secret, he didn't say that he couldn't reveal it to others. Moreover, even if it was purely out of politeness, it wouldn't be nice to stop them. Lin Yi was a reasonable person in this regard. In this regard, Lin Yi was still very reasonable. The snakehead position? That place is too dangerous, and I'm seriously injured here. It seems that I can only part ways with you, Heavenly Road. Bai Jingze's tone was full of regret. Without waiting for Chu Tianlu to say anything, he cupped his hands and said goodbye. The mountains will not change, and the rivers will flow forever. We will meet again. Take care. Take care, Brother Jingze. Chu Tianlu hurriedly returned the greeting and watched him turn and leave in a daze. Bai Jingze's straightforward departure was really beyond his expectations. But thinking about it, it was reasonable. Everyone came here for the consciousness fruit. Now, not only did they not gain anything, but they were also seriously injured and almost lost their lives. If he were in Bai Jingze's position, he would probably have already accepted it. Otherwise, no matter how much he coveted the consciousness fruit, he would not be able to do anything. Brother Jingze is really a free and easy person. Chu Tianlu could not help but praise. Lin Yi almost burst into laughter when he heard this, thinking that this guy was being sarcastic, but after taking a closer look at his expression, he found that this seemed to be what he really thought. Lin Yi did not know whether to laugh or cry. This guy was not just unkind, he was sincere and honest to a certain extent. Let me remind you, make fewer friends with this kind of person in the future. That way, you can live a little longer. Otherwise, you won't even know how you died. Lin Yi looked at Bai Jingze's receding back with a playful expression. Chu Tianlu was confused. At this time, Zhang Qingfeng, who stayed next to him, nodded and said meaningfully, Brother Lin is right. I advise you to stay away from him in the future, otherwise you will really be killed. How could that be? Chu Tianlu was shocked when he heard this. Lin Yi's words to him were a little too deep, and he could choose not to believe it. But now that even Zhang Qingfeng had said this, he had no choice but to treat it with caution. It should be known that in terms of friendship, he and Zhang Qingfeng had known each other even earlier than Bai Jingze. Tianlu, you're good at everything, except that you're too simple and honest. Zhang Qingfeng shook his head with a bitter smile. Chu Tianlu frowned and fell silent for a moment. Although he was loyal to his friends, he was no fool, after all. He had long noticed that there was something wrong between Zhang Qingfeng and Bai Jingze. It was only because Lin Yi and Bing Wuqing were present that he did not have the chance to ask about it in private. The three of them had been friends for many years. In his opinion, even if there was a little misunderstanding between them, it would be fine as long as they talked it over. But looking at Zhang Qingfeng's expression, he suddenly felt that things were not so simple. What exactly happened? Chu Tianlu asked hurriedly. It's nothing much. It's just that when I was running for my life yesterday, Bai Jingze suddenly attacked me with his sword. Zhang Qingfeng's tone was very calm, but the hatred in his eyes could not be concealed. He had been holding it in and did not flare up in front of Chu Tianlu, but this was not a small matter that could be brushed aside with just a few words. The deeper he buried it, the greater the hatred would be. Something like that actually happened. Chu Tianlu finally realized the seriousness of the matter. He had seen the scene yesterday with his own eyes. He could figure out what Bai Jingze's intention was when he attacked Zhang Qingfeng. For a moment, Chu Tianlu could not accept it. The good friend he had tried so hard to befriend for so many years was actually such a person with a human's face but a beast's heart. How could he endure this? You may know a person's face but not his heart. This can be considered a lesson for you, but it's not a bad thing, Lin Yi said calmly from the side. Chapter 5439. While saying this, Lin intentionally or unintentionally glanced at Zhang Qingfeng. Through his previous observation, although this guy was not as bad as Bai Jingze, he was not a good person either. His mind was gloomy and he might sell out Chu Tianlu at any time. Making two friends like this was simply a sin. Maybe. Chu Tianlu was depressed and smiled bitterly. Okay, let's continue on our way. Lin Yi did not have the time to accompany him in his melancholy and immediately led everyone to the snakehead position. As for Zhang Qingfeng, he just followed, not caring about him at all. On the other side, after Bai Jingze left Lin Yi and the others, he did not really leave Tai Snake Island. In fact, with his current injured state, it was quite risky for him to go back alone. At the very least, he needed to find a hidden and safe place to recuperate first. Most importantly, he was unwilling to leave Tai Snake Island empty-handed. After listening to Chu Tianlu's speculation just now, normal people would not be willing to leave, let alone a greedy person like Bai Jingze. He not only wanted the spiritual knowledge fruit, but also the legendary spiritual knowledge fruit's heart, but the problem was that he did not have the strength to do so. Bai Jingze knew very well that if he continued to follow Lin Yi's group, even if he found the spiritual knowledge fruit's heart, he would never have a share. The only way was to find the so-called snake belly before Lin Yi and Chu Tianlu did anything. Only then would he have a chance to snatch the spiritual knowledge fruit's heart. But the key problem was that his strength was not good enough, far from it. With his current strength, let alone the spiritual knowledge fruit's heart, he could not even reach the snakehead position. After thinking about it, Bai Jingze decided to look for helpers on the spot. However, in a place like Tai Snake Island, helpers could not be found easily. It depended on luck. If one's luck was bad, no matter how wide one's connections were, it would all be for naught. Bai Jingze's luck wasn't bad. Before long, he ran into a familiar face. It was Chu Tianlu's younger cousin, Chu Tianliang. Having been friends with Chu Tianlu for so many years, Bai Jingze naturally recognized Chu Tianliang, and Chu Tianliang naturally recognized Bai Jingze. Although the two of them didn't interact much, they could be said to be birds of a feather. Their relationship was rather good. Even if they couldn't be considered close friends, they were at least old acquaintances. "It's you!" When Chu Tianliang saw him, he immediately became vigilant. He had a guilty conscience in his heart. This time, he schemed and schemed for a long time, yet didn't manage to kill Chu Tianlu. Now that he was alone and encountered Chu Tianlu's close friend of many years, he couldn't help but feel nervous. Bai Jingze didn't know about this at all. Seeing this, he was delighted. "Tianliang, long time no see." "Yeah, long time no see." Chu Tianliang still maintained his vigilance. "Don't be nervous. Although my relationship with your older cousin isn't bad, it doesn't mean that I will definitely stand on his side. The two of us can be considered to have similar temperaments. I feel that we should be able to become even better friends, no?" said Bai Jingze with a smile. He was very clear about the competitive relationship between these two cousins. He could even guess that Chu Tianliang would spare no cost to get rid of Chu Tianlu. This was a ready-made ally. The only unfortunate thing was that this guy's strength was too low. He was at the peak of the late stage of the Foundation establishment realm, so he really couldn't be put on the stage. However, according to what he knew, Chu Tianliang's father relied on his family's authority to give his precious son quite a few powerful trump cards. He couldn't be underestimated. Brother Jingze's words make sense. Chu Tianliang immediately laughed. He knew very well that the other party wasn't a good person. They were on the same side, so he let out a sigh of relief. He immediately asked, "Looking at your appearance, you seem to be quite injured. Speaking of which, where are you preparing to go?" "I'm preparing to leave Tai Snake Island. Why don't we go together?" Bai Jingze deliberately probed. Chu Tianliang was a little hesitant. Going out together was a good proposal for him, but he was really unwilling. If he allowed Chu Tianlu to return to the Chu family of the Middle Island, it would be a huge problem for him. Therefore, he had to take this opportunity to cut the weeds and eliminate the roots. Unfortunately, he encountered the same predicament as Bai Jingze, and his strength was not enough. "It seems that there is something unfinished. I just separated from Tianlu. Why don't you let your cousin meet?" Bai Jingze continued. Where is he? Chu Tianyang's eyes lit up. If nothing unexpected happens, he should be heading towards the snake head right now. I know a small path. Why don't we take a shortcut and wait for him? Bai Jingze attempted. He didn't want to reveal the news of the fruit of consciousness's heart to the other party for the time being. He just wanted to use Chu Tianlu as a cover to lure the other party to travel with him. You know that I'm going to deal with him? Did he tell you? Chu Tianliang frowned and looked at him. Of course not. Ever since they met, Chu Tianlu had never mentioned this matter. Bai Jingze had only guessed it, and Chu Tianliang's reaction gave him the answer. Is it important whether he told me or not? Bai Jingze smiled but did not answer. Instead, he said in a bewitching tone, I think the most important thing is that there is room for us to work together. Or, do you no longer have any thoughts about Chu Tianlu? Are you ready to resign yourself to your fate and return to the Middle Island? You want to work with me? Chu Tianliang looked at him vigilantly and doubtfully said, with your many years of friendship with him, if you cooperate with me, could it be that you have already fallen out with him and become enemies? That's not necessarily the case. My cooperation with you can only be regarded as a mutual benefit. Bai Jingze shook his head. Tell me in detail. How exactly is it a mutual benefit? Chu Tianyang was obviously not easy to fool. They were the same kind of people. If he did not ask clearly in advance, he would most likely be used by the other party. Or, to be precise, the cooperation between the two of them was to use each other. It was just a matter of how much they used each other. Bai Jingze hesitated for a moment. He knew that if he wanted to use Chu Tianliang for nothing, he would not have enough experience. After thinking for a moment, he said, Chu Tianlu said that there is an extremely mysterious snake belly under Tai Snake Island. Inside, there is the spiritual awareness fruit's heart, which can be called the source of all spiritual awareness fruits. The entrance to this snake belly is likely to be at the snake's head. I want to avoid them and try my luck. Spiritual awareness fruit's heart? Chu Tianyang's eyes suddenly lit up. Although he did not understand what it was, he could see its importance from its name. Are you interested? Bai Jingze asked despite knowing the answer. Of course, but how will we divide it? Whether the spiritual awareness fruit's heart truly existed was still unknown, but the two of them had already begun to discuss how to divide the spoils. Chapter 5440. Okay. Chu Tianliang agreed decisively. Although he coveted the so-called soul of the fruit of consciousness, the most important thing for him now was to deal with Chu Tianlu. As long as there was a chance to kill Chu Tianlu, he would definitely agree. Awesome! Bai Jingze was overjoyed. He had a shortcut to the snake's head. Although there would inevitably be some danger along the way, it was not completely unavoidable. The only thing he lacked was a powerful helper. Otherwise, even if he really found the soul of the fruit of consciousness, he would definitely not be able to snatch it from Lin Yi's group. Chu Tianyang's strength was a little weak, but he must have a lot of powerful trump cards in his hands that could be used at critical moments. In Bai Jingze's plan, as long as Chu Tianliang could help him attract the opponent's attention, he would have a chance to take advantage of it. With such great benefits in front of him, he naturally had to take a gamble. At the end of the day, this was because he did not really recognize Lin Yi's strength. When Lin Yi healed him, he was very sure that it was the vital energy of a foundation building great perfection. So even if he had a powerful ultimate move like the 1,000 explosive fiery fists, he was not completely powerless. Most importantly, he did not recognize Bing Wuqing from beginning to end. This super genius was famous in the small Jianghu of the archaic era. Because she rarely showed herself in public, there were not many people who could really recognize her at a glance. Even if there were, it was mostly at the level of the 10 small sects and families. A grassroots small family like him would not be able to mix in at all, so naturally, he did not recognize her. In addition, along the way, no one, including Chu Tianlu, had told him about Bing Wuqing's background. Since she was Lin Yi's follower, he naturally thought that her strength was not that great, so naturally, he did not need to fear her. As for Chu Tianliang, he had never seen Lin Yi or Bing Wuqing. In his eyes, his only opponent was Chu Tianlu. Although his previous performance was a little terrible, it did not mean that he really could not do anything to Chu Tianlu alone. Just as Bai Jingze thought, since his father, who controlled the entire family's finances, could secretly get him a family artifact like the shape-shifting urn, he naturally had other treasures as well. In fact, he still had a rather terrifying trump card in his hands. As long as the time was right, it was enough to kill any cultivator below the golden core stage. The murderous shadow shield was a treasure passed down from ancient times. This was Chu Tianliang's true trump card. Just like the shape-shifting urn, it was an extremely rare consumable treasure. The more it was used, the less it could be used. In terms of effect, it had its own merits compared to the shape-shifting urn. The shape-shifting urn's effects depended on the situation and timing. In comparison, the murderous shadow shield was more suited for a single instant kill. It was a treasure with extremely outstanding lethality. Even though it wasn't as exaggerated as killing someone of a higher realm, it wasn't far from it. If he had thrown caution to the wind, no matter how powerful Chu Tianlu's performance was, Chu Tianliang could still use the murderous shadow shield to finish him off. It was just that this thing was really too precious. Moreover, he had paid a huge price to get Chu Wenshang's help. Normal people would not throw caution to the wind so easily, and Chu Tianliang was the same. It was just that he did not expect the situation to suddenly take a turn for the worse. Unlike the shape-shifting urn, which could be strong or weak, a treasure like the murderous shadow shield was a source of confidence. If he could avoid using it, he would definitely not use it. But now, Chu Tianliang finally made up his mind. As long as he could kill Chu Tianlu here, no one would be able to compete with him for the family's marriage candidate. When that happened, not only would he be able to win over the beauty, but he would also be able to rise to the top in a single step. He would be able to directly join the Yi Ling sect and the Chu family's core higher-ups. In comparison, although the price of using the murderous shadow shield was great, it was not a loss. The two of them reached an agreement and immediately took a shortcut to the snake's head. On the other side, Lin Yi and the others were also heading towards the snake's head without stopping. Along the way, they encountered all kinds of strange and dangerous spiritual beasts, and there was no lack of troublesome existences like the swarm of black insects. If it were anyone else, they would either be lucky enough to deceive them, or they would have no choice but to flee once they encountered them. There was no second option. However, since Lin Yi and Bing Wuqing were holding the line, things were much simpler. As an expert at the peak of the early nascent soul stage, Bing Wuqing's powerful strength was enough for her to do as she pleased on Tai Snake Island, as long as she did not encounter an existence like the swarm of black insects, which was almost impossible to deal with. Moreover, she had Lin Yi by her side, whose spiritual roots were all abnormal. As long as he wanted to, it would not be an exaggeration to say that Lin Yi could restrain 99% of the living beings in the world, including human cultivators. After crushing everything along the way, Lin Yi and the others successfully reached the snake's head. There was a flat expanse in front of them, which was the highest point of the entire Tai Snake Island. Looking down from here, they could see the entire island, and it gave them a sense of grandeur. However, Lin Yi and the others were obviously not in the mood to appreciate the beautiful scenery. If Chu Tianlu's speculation was correct, they should be able to find a hidden entrance here. Otherwise, they would not even be able to find the snake's belly, let alone the heart of the fruit of consciousness. Everyone searched around, but did not find anything. They could not help but look at each other, and then looked at Chu Tianlu. Chu Tianlu could not help but frown. All of this was based on his speculation, and it was to repay Lin Yi for saving his life. If there was nothing in the end, it would be really embarrassing. Everyone looked carefully again. If there really is something, then it must be in a very hidden place. Otherwise, it would have been discovered by others long ago. Lin Yi said, and then began to search carefully. Logically speaking, if they could not even find it in this way, then it was probably really gone. After all, he was a primordial spirit in the middle stage of the mysterious ascension realm. Soon, Lin Yi found a bottomless hole under an inconspicuous old stone tablet at the edge. It was very narrow, and only enough for one person to enter and exit. At first glance, it looked like a deep well that had been abandoned for many years. However, in this kind of place, there would obviously be no living facilities like a well. There must be something strange about it. Is this the entrance to the snake's belly that you mentioned, Heavenly Road? It doesn't look special? Zhang Qingfeng asked as he poked his head out to take a look. I'm not sure about this, but theoretically, if there really is a place like the snake's belly, I'm afraid this is the entrance. Chu Tianlu looked at it, but he was not sure. Lin Yi frowned. He wanted to use his divine sense to explore the situation below, but he did not expect to be blocked. It seemed to be blocked by some kind of barrier similar to a formation. As for what it was, he could not say for the time being. Boss, what should we do? Bing Wuqing turned her head and asked, taking the initiative to ask, should I go down and explore? Chapter 5441. Forget it. We don't know the depth of this place, so we can't be reckless. I'll go. Lin Yi jumped down before he even finished his sentence, scaring everyone. They looked at each other, speechless. Was it okay to just jump down like that without even knowing how deep it was? Bing Wuqing couldn't help but feel a little touched. This place looked strange and inexplicable, and it was actually quite risky for her. But Lin Yi was different. He could transform into his primordial spirit form at any time, and he could come and go freely no matter what kind of danger he faced. His tolerance for mistakes was much higher than Bing Wuqing's. Unbeknownst to them, Lin Yi's boldness wasn't entirely due to his primordial spirit form. After all, although the primordial spirit form could be immune to most attacks, it wasn't really invincible. Once it encountered an attack like alchemy fire, it could be fatal. The reason why he dared to be so bold was mainly due to the jade pendant. This thing's early warning was what he really relied on. As he went down, the jade pendant didn't show any signs of warning. Lin Yi suddenly realized that although this bottomless cave blocked divine senses, it didn't block primordial spirit form. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to go down at all. After a while, Lin Yi reappeared in front of everyone. Chu Tianlu and the others hurriedly surrounded him and asked with eager eyes, "How is it?" "It doesn't seem dangerous for now, but this cave is very deep. I've only explored part of the entrance. As for whether there are any unknown threats hidden in the depths, it's hard to say. You guys can do as you see fit," said Lin. He would definitely go down himself, and Bing Wuqing would definitely follow him without hesitation. Chu Tianlu and Zhang Qingfeng might not. After all, this was not a joke. With their strength, once they encountered danger down there, they would basically be finished. "I'll go." Chu Tianlu expressed his stance without hesitation. He was an extremely curious person, otherwise he wouldn't have spent so much time researching these things, let alone speculating about the snake's belly and the consciousness fruit's heart. Now that the cave entrance was found, the existence of the snake's belly had basically been verified. What was left was the consciousness fruit's heart. From his standpoint, even if he didn't have the ability to take it for himself, he still had to go and take a look, even if it meant taking some risks. As a result, of the four people, only Zhang Qingfeng remained. He was not as resolute as Chu Tianlu. Although the possible existence of the spirit fruit's heart was a fatal temptation for anyone, including Zhang Qingfeng, he still had some self-awareness. He knew that it was unlikely for him to seize the opportunity, so he did not want to take the risk. However, if he thought about it carefully, it would be difficult for him to leave Tai Snake Island safely by himself. Not to mention that he was injured. Instead, it would be better to follow Lin Yi and the others. The degree of danger was not much different. Even if he could not eat the meat, he might be able to get some soup to drink. After Chu Tianlu and Zhang Qingfeng expressed their stance one after another, Lin Yi did not say anything. If they wanted to follow, they could follow. He did not mind at all. Anyway, if they really found the legendary consciousness fruit's heart, these two people could not be considered a threat. In this matter, Lin Yi would not be courteous. At most, he would take care of them in other aspects. Without further delay, Lin Yi took the lead to explore forward, with Chu Tianlu and Zhang Qingfeng in the middle, and Bing Wuqing bringing up the rear. Although they had explored a part of the cave before, when they actually went deeper, the depth and complexity of the cave was still an eye-opener for Lin Yi and the others. The acupoints were narrow and deep, and the key point was that they were not straight. They were crooked and twisted, making them dizzy. Moreover, every 10 steps, there would be a fork, densely packed like a spider's web. If it were not for Lin Yi leading the way, The people behind would have been dizzy in a matter of minutes. In fact, even for Lin Yi, it was quite difficult to explore this place. The main reason was that there was an inexplicable invisible force field that suppressed his divine sense. Although it was not to the extent that he could not use it, once his divine sense probed a little further, it would be completely blocked, and he would never be able to see what was in front of him. If this was the case for Lin Yi, who was at the middle stage of the mysterious ascension realm, it was needless to say for the others. Their primordial spirits, including Bing Wuqing, were all suppressed to the point that they could not be of any use at all. Just like that, after exploring for almost an hour, the area before them finally opened up. Although it was still a secret passage, compared to the densely packed network of paths before, this secret passage was much wider. It was as if dozens of tributaries had converged to form a great river, and the layout was instantly different. This cave looked so long. Zhang Qingfeng could not help but sigh. His divine sense could not be perceived, and the secret passage in front of him could not be seen at a glance. The only thing he could see was the entire gray inner wall of the secret passage. He did not know what kind of stone it was made of, but the fluorescent spots within it gave everyone a faint light. There was no trace of artificial mining, and it looked natural. If I'm not wrong, this is probably the esophagus that leads to the snake's belly. Chu Tianlu was deep in thought. The deeper they went, the more certain he felt. If there was only a 50% chance of success at the beginning, now it was basically 70%, or even more. Along this straight secret passage, Lin Yi and the others walked forward for a full hour, but there was still no sign of reaching the end, which was really surprising. Speaking of which, is the esophagus of a snake this long? Zhang Qingfeng asked doubtfully. Lin Yi and Bing Wuqing were also a little puzzled. It's hard to say. Maybe we've already reached the position of the snake's belly, but it just looks about the same. Chu Tianlu was also not very sure. Then what about the heart of the fruit of consciousness? Zhang Qingfeng was very doubtful. Everything he saw was barren. Not to mention the heart of the fruit of consciousness, there was not even the slightest living thing. There was nothing at all. Logically speaking, even if they could not find the heart of the fruit of consciousness, such a deep and mysterious place should not be completely empty. No matter how he thought about it, it was really too abnormal. I don't know. Chu Tianlu shook his head. He had only speculated about the existence of such a place based on ancient records. It was a little difficult for him to confirm it now. Could it be that we've come to the wrong place? Could this be the lair of some high-level spirit beast? Zhang Qingfeng shrank his neck. This place looked very much like the passage of some huge cave, or as Chu Tianlu had speculated, it was the esophagus that led to the snake's belly. But if it was not, then it was a little dangerous. The end of the passage was very likely to be the lair of some terrifying spirit beast. Wouldn't that be sending themselves into the tiger's mouth? Chapter 5442. Either it was a natural death zone, or there was an extremely terrifying and powerful spirit beast nearby, which made other spirit beasts of all sizes afraid to approach. For everyone, neither was good news. Then, should we retreat for now? Chu Tianlu was not sure. No need, there's no mistake, it's here. Lin Yi's tone was quite certain at the moment. Really? Bing Wuqing and the others were stunned and confused. There was obviously nothing there, so how could he be so sure? Yes. Lin Yi nodded but did not explain. He could not explain and he did not need to. After coming here, he clearly felt that the 9 tumors of different sizes in his primordial spirit were gradually becoming peaceful. Even if he did not deliberately suppress them like he did outside, they would not cause trouble. It was obvious that there was something deliberately suppressing and alleviating them here. According to the sky-devouring giant crocodile, since ordinary spirit knowledge fruits could resolve the tumors of the primordial spirit, it was not surprising that the heart of spirit knowledge fruit, as the source of the essence, had this characteristic. Of course, this was only speculation. Only by finding the heart of spirit knowledge fruit could they get the final confirmation. They looked at each other, but since Lin Yi was so certain, they had no reason to doubt him and could only continue to explore deeper into the secret passage. Soon, there was a change in front of them. It was no longer a straight passage, but a long steep slope all the way down. Lin Yi slid down without another word. Bing Wuqing and the others followed closely behind him. After half an incense stick's worth of time, the space in front of them suddenly opened up again. The space was more than 10 times larger than the secret passageway just now, and right in the middle of the open space was a strangely shaped high platform. Judging from the complex and abstruse patterns around it, it should be a special sacrificial altar, and the inexplicable force field that shielded divine senses was emitted from this high platform. Looking at the scene on the sacrificial altar, everyone was stunned, including Lin. He could not help but be a little stunned, and did not speak for a long time. "It's actually true." Zhang Qingfeng swallowed and murmured. "So the heart of spirit knowledge fruit really exists." Chu Tianlu also found it hard to believe. Although he had deduced all this from ancient books, he was not very confident in his reasoning. Now that he had suddenly verified it, he felt that it was unreal. On the sacrificial platform, less than a foot away from the platform, a heart-shaped object was suspended in mid-air, exuding an inexplicable red light in all directions. Although the shape was different, looking at the pattern on its surface, it was exactly the same as a spiritual knowledge fruit. At first glance, it was a large spiritual knowledge fruit. Without a doubt, this was the legendary heart of spirit knowledge fruit. Zhang Qingfeng gulped down a few mouthfuls of saliva. He couldn't resist the temptation and subconsciously wanted to rush up, but he wasn't completely blinded by it. He only took 2 steps before retreating behind Lin Yi's group. He wanted to, but he didn't have the guts. At this time, if he really dared to rush up and snatch the heart of spirit knowledge fruit, he would definitely be a dead man before he even touched it. Even Chu Tianlu would not help him, and he knew this much. Zhang Qingfeng retreated, but Bing Wuqing walked over. She had no intention of snatching the heart of spirit knowledge fruit, but purely wanted to curry favor with Lin Yi and be the first to go up to the sacrificial altar to see what was going on. "Wait!" Lin Yi reached out to stop her. "Boss, I don't want to." Bing Wuqing hurriedly waved her hands to clarify. If Lin Yi misunderstood her as having ulterior motives, it would be a big loss. "I know." Lin Yi, of course, understood what she meant. He shook his head and said, "Don't rush over, let's take a look first." Only then did Bing Wuqing suddenly realize that she had been too impatient. What if there was danger? Even an ordinary spirit knowledge fruit had the terrifying spirit protection of the sky-devouring giant crocodile, not to mention the heart of spirit knowledge fruit in front of her. How could it be so easily taken? "Can you be sure?" Lin Yi turned to look at Chu Tianlu. Although no matter how he looked at it, there was no doubt that this should be the heart of spirit knowledge fruit. There was a precedent of an illusory worm disguising itself as a spirit knowledge fruit, so it was hard to say that there was nothing fishy about this thing. There should be no mistake. Whether it is the shape, size, pattern of patterns, or especially the red light, everything is exactly the same as recorded in those ancient books. This is the heart of spirit knowledge fruit. Chu Tianlu was now completely sure, and said excitedly, "According to the ancient books, the heart of spirit knowledge fruit is at least 10 times more effective than ordinary spirit knowledge fruits, or even 100 times more effective." Although he knew that such a precious treasure had nothing to do with him even if he came across it, Chu Tianlu was still pleasantly surprised. After all, this was his discovery. Great. Lin Yi was very excited to hear this. Even without the worry of the spirit tumor, a treasure like the heart of spirit knowledge fruit was enough to make anyone, including him, scramble like a flock of ducks. Not to mention that he could clearly feel its suppressive effect on the spirit tumor. In order to eliminate any future troubles, he had to get his hands on this thing no matter what. This time, Lin Yi personally walked towards the sacrificial platform, while Chu Tianlu and Zhang Qingfeng stood aside sensibly. Even Bing Wuqing had no intention of following him. They were very clear that the treasures of heaven and earth belonged to the strong, and this heart of spirit knowledge fruit could only belong to Lin Yi alone. However, Lin Yi did not let this get to his head, and he still maintained sufficient vigilance as he walked towards the sacrificial platform. Of course, with the jade pendant as a warning, he did not need to be overly cautious. Unexpectedly, there was no danger in front of him. At least, there was nothing that could threaten Lin Yi, because the jade pendant did not give any warning from beginning to end. Bing Wuqing and the others watched as Lin Yi got closer and closer to the sacrificial platform. Each of them had mixed feelings, and they did not know whether they were disappointed or excited. However, just when they thought that Lin Yi would unhesitatingly take the heart of spirit knowledge fruit, Lin Yi suddenly stopped 3 feet away from the sacrificial platform. It was not the jade pendant that warned him, but Lin Yi himself was a little puzzled. Since the heart of spirit knowledge fruit was so magical, why didn't the giant sky-devouring crocodile come and snatch it? Logically, the giant sky-devouring crocodile, which was plagued by the spirit tumor, should have spared no expense to obtain it. Moreover, since it had been here for so many years, there was no reason for it not to know about the existence of the heart of spirit knowledge fruit. There was no danger along the way. Was it stupid? Chapter 5443. According to convention, with the rarity of the consciousness fruit's heart, once danger befell them, they might be finished immediately. They wouldn't even have the chance to escape. This was something they had to guard against. Admittedly, Lin Yi's hesitation was a little too cautious. With his mysterious ascension middle stage primordial spirit realm, he should be able to do whatever he wanted in the ancient Jianghu. However, this wasn't a reason for blind confidence. After all, it was better to be safe than sorry. Just as Bing Wuqing and the others were surprised to see this, they suddenly heard a series of footsteps behind them. Before they could turn around, a huge cover that seemed to be formed by shadows descended from the sky soundlessly, enveloping Lin Yi, Bing Wuqing, and the others within it. Lin Yi and the others were slightly stunned. At this time, Chu Tianlu cried out, "Murdering shadow cover." Zhang Qingfeng turned to look at the people behind him, and also cried out, "Bai Jingze, Chu Tianliang." Indeed, the people who came were Bai Jingze and Chu Tianliang, who had formed an alliance. They couldn't find the entrance before Lin Yi and the others, and on top of that, ordinary people couldn't walk through that part of the cave, so they just followed behind and fumbled around. The divine sense isolation in the cave gave them perfect cover, and Lin Yi and the others didn't deliberately hide their traces, so it became a guide for them. Haha, you didn't expect this, did you? Thank you for leading the way for me. Bai Jingze laughed proudly. If not for this, he and Chu Tianliang wouldn't have found this place, and would have missed the consciousness fruit's heart. We meet again, my dear cousin. Chu Tianliang stared at Chu Tianlu with a hideous smile. No matter what, this was his first goal. Despicable and shameless. Zhang Qingfeng already had a stomach full of hatred for Bai Jingze, and now it exploded. He was about to attack, but for some reason he couldn't even move, even though there was nothing binding him. His whole body seemed to have turned into a stiff statue, unable to move. Not only that, but he also felt that something indescribable in his body was being rapidly extracted. It wasn't vital energy, nor was it blood, but something that he didn't care about normally, but was indispensable. Murdering shadow cover. You actually stole the family's treasure, the murderous shadow shield. Chu Tianlu reacted, and was immediately greatly alarmed. The others weren't familiar, but as a well-known figure of the Middle Island's Chu clan's younger generation, there was no way he wouldn't know. Right now, what was quickly disappearing from their bodies wasn't anything else, but the most commonly seen shadow. Although it was said that wherever there was light, there would be shadows, this was an unchanging truth. However, to the ancestors of the Chu family of Najima who studied shadow martial arts, the shadow was an indispensable energy like true energy. Once one completely lost his shadow, that person would be finished. Of course, normal methods couldn't remove one's shadow from one's body. Even for the Chu clan that specialized in shadow martial techniques, according to Chu Tianlu's knowledge, there was only one thing that could accomplish this, and that was the murderous shadow cover. Not only could it forcefully trap a target through the shadow, it could also quickly remove it. Combining both restriction and killing, the murderous shadow cover was practically an all-purpose tool that had no weaknesses. In terms of rarity, it was even more precious than the shape-shifting urn. Unless it was approved by the clan's elders, even the head of the Chu clan couldn't use it on his own. Chu Tianlu never expected that such an important and crucial tool of the clan would actually be secretly obtained by Chu Tianliang. This guy and his father, who was in charge of the clan's finances, weren't just daring, they were practically lawless. Steal? How could it be stealing? Rather than leaving it in the storehouse to rot, why not take it out and make the best use of it? Isn't that better? Chu Tianliang laughed without the slightest scruple. He had absolute confidence in the murderous shadow cover. Once enveloped by the murderous shadow cover, even golden core experts could only wait helplessly for death, let alone Chu Tianlu, who was merely at the great perfection of the foundation establishment realm. If it wasn't for the fact that this item was a one-time consumable like the shape-shifting urn, Chu Tianliang would have definitely taken it out and used it long ago. He hadn't been able to risk it before, but this time, he had thought it through. Now that things had developed to this point, if Chu Tianlu didn't die, it wouldn't be as simple as having one more competitor. He might even lose his foothold in the clan. In comparison, the murderous shadow cover was nothing. Faced with Chu Tianliang's smug expression, Chu Tianlu snorted and didn't say anything else. Talking to such a despicable person would only be a waste of breath. However, he wasn't too flustered. After all, he and Zhang Qingfeng weren't the only ones trapped by the murderous shadow cover. Lin Yi and Bing Wuqing were also trapped. The murderous shadow cover was an extremely powerful tool, but that depended on the user. It was a divine tool against cultivators below the golden core stage, but against people like Lin Yi and Bing Wuqing, even if it wasn't just a decoration, it wasn't too far off. Bing Wuqing didn't need Chu Tianlu's help. She was already prepared to make her move. Indeed, she didn't know much about the murderous shadow cover, nor did she know how to break it. In reality, there was no need for that at all. Relying on her merciless ice aura, she was confident that she could forcefully break through it. However, just as Bing Wuqing was about to make her move, Lin Yi suddenly sent her a message through his divine sense. Don't make a move. Let's wait and see. Bing Wuqing was stunned. She immediately understood Lin Yi's meaning and stopped moving. When Bai Jingze and Chu Tianliang saw that Lin Yi and the others were silent and resigned to their fate, they looked at each other and laughed loudly. From their point of view, the 4 people trapped by the murderous shadow cover were already dead. Although the price of using up a precious murderous shadow cover was a little high, it was still worth it to be able to get rid of 4 people in one go. What they didn't know was that under Lin Yi's instructions, Bing Wuqing had already used her merciless ice aura to forcefully resist the murderous shadow cover's further pressure. Even Chu Tianlu and Zhang Qingfeng were able to sit back and relax. They would be fine even if they stood inside for an entire day. The 2 of them were still laughing proudly. However, after a while, they stopped abruptly. They looked at each other and dashed towards the sacrificial altar at the same time. Now that Lin Yi and the others were dead in their eyes, there was naturally no need for them to continue working together. These 2 so-called allies had instantly become rivals who would not rest until one of them was dead. The boat of friendship had capsized at the drop of a hat. In the face of an extreme temptation like the heart of the fruit of consciousness, even blood brothers would turn against each other. Moreover, the 2 of them had their own ulterior motives in the first place. At a time like this, forget about breaking their alliance, it wouldn't be surprising for them to kill each other. Chapter 54-44. However, just as the 2 of them rushed onto the sacrificial altar and were about to fight, a strange scene unfolded. In the blink of an eye, the 2 living people disappeared into thin air without any warning. The spirit fruit's heart was still floating on the sacrificial altar, still as bright and beautiful as ever. Nothing had changed, as if Bai Jingze and Chu Tianliang had never appeared. Zhang Qingfeng was still envious when he saw the 2 of them madly rushing over, but at this moment his scalp went numb, and he couldn't speak for a long time. Not only him, but Bing Wuqing and Chu Tianlu were also dumbfounded, and even Lin Yi's scalp went numb. Fortunately, he had been cautious and didn't act rashly. Fortunately, Bai Jingze and Chu Tianliang, these 2 lab rats, had come to him on their own initiative. Otherwise, the one who would have been killed would have been Lin Yi himself. What's going on? Bing Wuqing, who had used the merciless ice force to forcibly break the murderous shadow shroud above everyone's heads, stared blankly at the scene. Are they dead? Chu Tianlu couldn't help but ask. It's hard to say. Lin Yi shook his head. Judging from the jade pendant's lack of warning, their sudden disappearance shouldn't be considered dangerous. However, the key question was, Where did the two of them go after they disappeared? The only thing he could be sure of was that there must be some kind of mysterious formation on the sacrificial altar. Perhaps it was a teleportation formation, perhaps it wasn't, but it must have a similar effect. As for where they would be teleported to after they went up, it was unknown. Walking around the sacrificial altar, Lin Yi began to study it with great interest. As for Chu Tianlu and Zhang Qingfeng, who had just escaped, they were secretly shocked. They had learned from their mistakes, and before confirming the fate of Bai Jingze and Chu Tianliang, they didn't dare to rashly approach. As for Bing Wuqing, she was not so timid. She only listened to Lin Yi's instructions. After studying it for a while, even with his knowledge and eyesight, he couldn't see any clues. This result really surprised Lin Yi. After thinking about it, there were only two possibilities. Either this was a completely different system from Heavenly Island, so his knowledge on Heavenly Island was useless, or this formation was so profound that it far surpassed his previous knowledge, so he couldn't see anything wrong with it. Although these two possibilities existed, in fact, if he thought about it carefully, the possibility was actually not high. There was no need to mention the latter. No matter how one looked at it, the overall level of Heavenly Island was far above that of the small immemorial Jianghu. If one really said that the formation on the sacrificial altar was so profound that even Heavenly Island couldn't explain it, Lin Yi would be the first to not believe it. As for the former, theoretically speaking, the possibility was higher, but not by much. Don't forget that Lin Yi had come into contact with the formation of the small immemorial Jianghu. Not only was it an indispensable teleportation formation, he had also specially studied the one-step to heaven formation at the back cliff of the Blue Cloud sect. Although there were many tricks in it that were very different from Heavenly Island, it was far from the level that the overall system was completely different. At least in terms of the basic structure, it was the same source. Even if Lin Yi wasn't a formation expert, he could still see it. However, he really couldn't see anything special about the inexplicable formation on the sacrificial altar in front of him. If he really had to say that the system was different, this thing probably didn't even belong to the common formation in the small immemorial Jianghu. Maybe it was another rare ancient branch. Of course, all of this was just Lin Yi's speculation. As for how to verify it, he really had no idea at all. When everyone saw that Lin Yi was staring at the sacrificial altar in a daze, none of them dared to disturb him. After a long time, Chu Tianlu finally asked, "That? What happened to the two of them? Why did they suddenly disappear?" "I'm not sure. There's a strange formation here. I can't see through it." Lin Yi shook his head. Everyone could only look at each other. Since even Lin Yi couldn't see through it, it was needless to say that they couldn't. "Boss, what should we do next?" Bing Wuqing asked. The heart of the fruit of consciousness was right in front of them. Normal people wouldn't be willing to go back empty-handed in fear. Even if they knew that they didn't have a share of it, the sense of guilt of recklessly wasting God's gift was really hard to ignore. "Don't move around recklessly. I'll try again." Lin Yi obviously didn't intend to give up just like that. As his strength grew, although his style became more cautious and steady, he still didn't lack the spirit of adventure. Taking a risk for the heart of the fruit of consciousness was a logical thing to do. Moreover, he still had to deal with the cancer of his spirit that needed to be dealt with urgently. Everyone nodded. At this moment, Lin Yi suddenly saw something in Chu Tianlu's hand from the corner of his eye. It was an artifact that was exquisitely made to imitate a Buddha's spider web. It was made of an unknown material, but it was extremely light. It floated freely in the air like goose down. "This is the murderous shadow shield?" Lin Yi asked casually. "That's right. However, this thing is a one-time consumable. Brother Lin, look, many of the spider webs have already broken and are useless," Chu Tianlu said regretfully. "Can you give it to me?" Lin Yi's interest was piqued. "Of course." Chu Tianlu hurriedly handed the murderous shadow shield to Lin. He took it purely because he felt that it was a pity. If he brought it back to Middle Island, it could be used as a powerful piece of evidence against Chu Tianliang. Of course, it was a pipe dream to think that he could overthrow Chu Tianliang and his father with just this thing. It was better to give it to Lin Yi as a favor at little cost. "Thank you." Lin Yi nodded. He had asked for this thing purely on a whim. After his personal experience just now, he felt that although the murderous shadow shield was useless to high-level cultivators, it was still unique. In the future, he could bring it back to Heaven Stage Island and let the tattered king study it. Perhaps there would be a pleasant surprise. Thinking of the tattered king, Lin Yi couldn't help but be lost in thought. In the blink of an eye, more than a year had passed since his spirit projection. He wondered how Tian Chan and the others were doing, putting away his complicated thoughts. No matter what, he had to find a way to get the fruit of consciousness's core and get rid of the 9 spirit tumors. Lin Yi adjusted his state of mind and immediately tried to enter the sacrificial altar. However, before he could get within 10 meters of the sacrificial altar, an inexplicably powerful suction force had firmly enveloped him, as if there was an invisible black hole in front of him that was frantically trying to swallow him. Lin Yi hurriedly transformed into a spirit, and the pressure immediately lessened. Fortunately, the suction force had no effect on his spirit. Chapter 54-45. A genius in a second remembered to go away? To provide you with wonderful novels to read. But if he didn't do this, he could only watch helplessly as the heart of the fruit of consciousness appeared. Without hesitation, Lin Yi made a decision. When his primordial spirit came to the side of the heart of the fruit of consciousness, he decisively transformed into his primordial spirit form. His hand's speed burst to the limit, and he instantly plucked it. Success! But before he could rejoice, and before he could transform into his primordial spirit form again, Lin Yi was instantly sucked in. This was the very center of the invisible black hole, and even he had no room to resist. Boss! Bing Wuqing was shocked. Although she was mentally prepared for this, when it really happened, she was still caught unprepared. Lin Yi had actually followed in the footsteps of Bai Jingzi and Chu Tianlu. What should she do? Based on her previous absolutely rational style, she would definitely turn around and leave at this time. However, after experiencing the primordial trial, she had learned from her mistakes. If she was really stupid enough to make the same mistake again, she would not be Bing Wuqing. I'll go find boss. If you want to leave, you can stay. Bing Wuqing casually told Chu Tianlu and Zhang Qingfeng, and then walked straight to the sacrificial altar. Chu Tianlu pondered for a moment, and then decided, I'll go too. Then I won't go. Take care, you too. Only Zhang Qingfeng chose to stay. Although he had not gained anything from this trip to Tai Snake Island so far, for him, being able to stay alive was already the biggest gain. This journey was too thrilling, and the sacrificial altar in front of him was too frightening. He did not want to rashly be buried with it. After all, it would not do him any good. Although it was a little dangerous to leave this place alone, it was obviously much better than being hot-headed and rushing into the sacrificial altar to be buried with it. After all, he was not stupid. Bing Wuqing and Chu Tianlu did not say anything about Zhang Qingfeng's retreat. After all, it was human nature. In fact, Bing Wuqing was extremely surprised by Chu Tianlu's decision. Along the way, she had always thought that he was a burden, but now she had a whole new level of respect for him. As for Zhang Qingfeng, he had always been a traitor. If not for Chu Tianlu's presence, Bing Wuqing would have sent him on a free trip to outer space with a slap. Ignoring Zhang Qingfeng, who had retreated alone, Bing Wuqing and Chu Tianlu jumped onto the sacrificial platform one after another. Then, as expected, with a flash of white light, the two of them disappeared from the sacrificial platform without a trace. On the other side, Lin Yi, who had entered the formation ahead of time, saw nothing but darkness and chaos. He felt as if his entire body had been compressed. Even though this was not his original body but his Yuan Shen body, this feeling was still very obvious. However, he had never experienced something like this before, so he did not know whether it was an illusion or reality. However, this feeling soon passed. The next moment, Lin Yi found himself standing in a narrow area that was less than a square meter. All he could see was darkness all around him, and he could not see anything at all. Fortunately, his divine senses had returned to normal and were no longer restricted like before, so he did not become blind. Lin Yi subconsciously took a step to the side and jumped down. He wanted to check if there was another bottom below the territory and what the situation was like down there. In the end, this jump did not matter, but it scared Lin Yi so much that he broke out in a cold sweat. This place was so deep that he could not see the bottom. Lin Yi fell several thousand meters down with a swoosh, which was almost as deep as Mount Everest. He was so scared that he could only transform into his Yuanshan body and fly back up again. After returning to the small territory, Lin Yi did not impulsively try again. This place was very strange. It was such a small place, but it was suspended in midair without any foundation. How did this happen? However, ever since he came to the immemorial small world, Lin Yi's understanding was refreshed again and again. Even if there was such a strange thing under his feet, it was not surprising. After all, there were all kinds of powerful people in the immemorial small world. After standing still, Lin Yi began to study the strange territory under his feet. He squatted down and reached out his hand to touch it back and forth. However, after touching it, he was very surprised. This was because Lin Yi discovered that the narrow territory under his feet was not made of ordinary soil and stone. Instead, it was actually some kind of extremely rare scale. From the texture, it was quite similar to snake scales. However, how could a normal snake scale be so big? If this really was a snake scale, then how big was the body of this snake? Could this be the snake scale of the Tai snake? Lin Yi muttered to himself in shock. If his guess was true, then it was simply unimaginable. However, considering the special nature of this place, since the entire Tai Snake Island was formed by the Tai snake, then it made sense that the scale under his feet was the snake scale of the Tai snake. However, this thing was floating in midair. What was it relying on? And if he landed on it, then where did Bai Jingzi and Chu Tianliang, who came in earlier, go? They were also not on this small snake scale territory. Could it be that they fell down? But how could he be so lucky? Or could it be that there were many snake scales here, and he was only standing on one of them, while Bai Jingzi and Chu Tianliang fell on other snake scales? Of course, this speculation was the most likely. Just as Lin Yi was speculating, suddenly, a croaking sound came from the distant sky. It sounded very ear-piercing and noisy. Lin Yi was immediately shocked. His divine sense probed into the distance. He clearly sensed that 5 strange-looking monsters were flying towards him at high speed. These monsters clearly had snake heads, but the bodies of crocodiles. Lin Yi was immediately stunned. Could it be that these were the hybrids of the ancient Tai snake and the sky-devouring giant crocodile? It wouldn't have mattered if it was just their strange appearances, but what really surprised Lin Yi was that every single one of these monsters had the strength of a golden core. This was quite rare in the small world of the ancient times. After all, any golden core practitioner in the small world of the ancient times was considered a high level of fighting power, and golden core spirit beasts were the same. It was truly rare to see a group of them. Needless to say, these snake-headed, crocodile-bodied monsters were obviously coming for Lin. Each of them bared their fangs and brandished their claws, as if he was a prey that had delivered itself to their doorstep. Lin Yi frowned slightly. However, since they came with ill intentions, he naturally wouldn't be polite. He raised his hand and a 5 elements killing aura shot out. Xiao! Without any deviation, the 5 elements killing aura hit the head of the most ferocious monster. However, the result caused Lin Yi's heart to suddenly tremble. This guy didn't seem to feel any pain or injury. It actually completely ignored the attack of the 5 elements killing aura. This made Lin Yi really a little speechless. The things in this Tai Snake Island were really strange. Could it be that it was immune to attacks like the illusion worms that he had encountered previously? Or could it be that this guy's skin and flesh had already reached a certain level? Chapter 5446. Seeing that the group of monsters was getting closer and closer, Lin Yi had no choice but to dodge for the time being. After all, this place was too small. If he was not careful, he might be knocked down by these thick-skinned fellows. Fortunately, their speed was not fast, and they only relied on their mouths and tails to attack. Even if the ground under his feet was narrow, with Lin Yi's movement technique, it was still easy for him to dodge. But soon, Lin Yi could not relax, because he was shocked to find that more and more snake-headed, crocodile-bodied monsters were rushing over here quickly, like a group of sharks smelling blood in the deep sea. In a short period of time, there were more than 100 of them. More than 100 gold core stage spirit beasts. If this lineup was released, it would probably be enough to make the entire ancient small underworld suffer. Even in the heavenly stage island, such a scale could only be seen in the South Island, and it would not appear in other places. Of course, with Lin Yi's level, he wouldn't be scared by these monsters. It was just that he couldn't use martial arts to kill these monsters, and he couldn't find an effective way to attack them. This was a real headache. At first, there were only 5 of them, and Lin Yi could still rely on his movement technique to dodge, but now there were more than 100 of them, and he was surrounded in all directions. How could he dodge? Moreover, this was only the first batch, and there was still a large group coming. This simply made Lin Yi speechless. What the hell is this place? Fortunately, Lin Yi could transform into a spirit, and these monsters did not seem to have any means to attack the spirit, so he could sit back and relax for the time being, but this was not a long-term solution after all. Occasionally, when he found a few gaps, Lin Yi transformed into a spirit and quickly tried a variety of attack methods. He knew a variety of martial arts, and after trying them one by one, there would always be an effect. The result was as expected, although most of the martial arts did not have any effect. When he began to try strong fire attribute martial arts such as the Raging Flame Thousand Bursts Fist, these snake-headed, crocodile-bodied monsters finally began to have casualties. Even so, the effect was not very good, and even after trying a few times, he could only kill a few scattered, far less than when he dealt with the illusion worms. This efficiency could not even compare to the endless number of monsters swarming over from all directions. It could even be said to be meaningless. However, when Lin Yi began to try to use the true Qidan firebomb, the situation finally began to change. It was unknown what had caused these snake-headed, crocodile-bodied monsters to be extremely afraid of the true Qi pill firebomb, this kind of pure energy attack method. It was basically the same as when the illusionary insects had encountered the fire attribute martial skill. They would die upon contact, and they would perish upon contact. A true Qi pill firebomb would immediately cause a large number of them to fall. The scene was quite spectacular. With that, Lin Yi relaxed a lot. Although he could ignore these snake-headed, crocodile-bodied monsters in his primordial spirit form, this place was strange and unpredictable. Who knew if there would be other unknown risks? To be on the safe side, it was better to maintain the form of the primordial spirit as much as possible, and the existence of the true Qidan firebomb gave him the confidence to stand firm. Otherwise, he couldn't even stand firm, and his heart would be empty. On one hand, he used the true Qidan firebomb to clean up the snake-headed, crocodile-bodied monsters nearby, and on the other hand, he used his divine sense to explore everything around him. Apart from observing the environment, Lin Yi also wanted to see if Bing Wuqing and the others had followed him in. He could handle this situation, but if Bing Wuqing had to deal with it, she would be at a loss. After all, not everyone could use this kind of energy-type attack, and only alchemists and weapon-forging masters could do it. Of course, some of the primordial spirits could also do it. Indeed, Lin Yi's guess was right. At this moment, Bing Wuqing and Chu Tianlu were sweating profusely. Because they had stepped onto the sacrificial altar together, they were fortunately transported to the same primordial serpent scale. However, the two of them were facing the same situation as Lin Yi, the snake-headed, crocodile-bodied monsters that were crazily encircling them from all directions. Lin Yi was still fine. Even if he couldn't find a way out at the beginning, he could always protect himself. However, it was different for the two of them. Once they were surrounded, they would almost certainly die. One could even say that they were surrounded by perilous situations. Faced with this group of unreasonable golden core monsters, if Chu Tianlu was alone, he would have been long dead by now. Fortunately, he had Bing Wuqing, who was at the peak of the early stage of the nascent soul realm, with him. Although he didn't know any pure energy-type attack methods like the true Qidan firebomb, his ice-type martial arts techniques were somewhat effective against these monsters. Coupled with his level advantage, it wouldn't be a big problem for him in the short term. One by one, the snake-headed, crocodile-bodied monsters were frozen into ice sculptures, and they fell into the bottomless darkness. It was a pity that there were too many of them, and there was no end to them. Even if Bing Wuqing was exhausted to death, she wouldn't be able to kill them all. Instead, there would only be more and more of them. As for Chu Tianlu, who was standing back-to-back with Bing Wuqing, he couldn't be of any help at all. Against any snake-headed, crocodile-bodied monster, his meager strength wouldn't even be enough to tickle it. He was purely a burden. Chu Tianlu couldn't help but feel a little regretful. He didn't regret charging in recklessly to his death, but he regretted that he was too weak. He couldn't do anything even if he tagged along. Instead, he would only become Bing Wuqing's burden. He really felt bad about it. The only thing he could do at this time was to observe his surroundings and search for Lin Yi's position while Bing Wuqing was busy fighting these monsters. Unfortunately, even this was difficult for him to do. After all, it was pitch black here. He could only rely on his divine sense to sense everything, and he was only at the foundation building stage. No matter how much the ancient martial world valued the cultivation of divine sense, there was still a threshold that couldn't be bypassed by the level of one's strength. The divine sense of an expert at the foundation building stage had a very limited range. Under such circumstances, how could he possibly locate Lin Yi? Fortunately, they weren't the only ones looking for Lin. Lin Yi was also looking for them at the same time. With Lin Yi's strength, it would be troublesome for him to find someone in a place like this. However, if he was determined to find him, he wouldn't be completely helpless. After all, Bing Wuqing and Chu Tianlu hadn't entered this place for long. The snake scales that they were on shouldn't be too far away from each other. If it weren't for the fact that they couldn't see clearly in the darkness, they could basically be seen with the naked eye. Of course, this was also thanks to Lin Yi's divine sense having a large enough range. Otherwise, if they were both in the dark, they would have to go around in circles for the rest of their lives if they were unlucky. Chapter 54-47. As for those monsters, they gradually dispersed after Lin Yi transformed into a primordial spirit and flew up. They seemed to know that attacks on primordial spirits were ineffective, or that they couldn't sense primordial spirits, or that they were only interested in the prey standing on the primordial snake scale, and were automatically ignored once they left the primordial snake scale. In short, when Lin Yi flew away, these monsters didn't chase after him, which made Lin Yi heave a sigh of relief. No matter which speculation it was a good thing. In fact, he couldn't see in the dark, but the distance between Lin Yi, Bing Wuqing, and Chu Tianlu wasn't particularly far. Using the unit of measurement in the secular world, it was only about 2 or 3 kilometers. When Lin Yi got closer, he could clearly sense the situation not far away. Bing Wuqing was using her ruthless ice force to knock down the monsters one by one, which surprised Lin Yi a little. This move was effective, but Lin Yi's divine sense was much stronger than Bing Wuqing's. Although these monsters fell down after being frozen, the ice on their bodies automatically broke after falling a few hundred meters, and they flew up again. In other words, Bing Wuqing had been doing useless work. Of course, he thought that the monsters would be destroyed after being frozen, but he didn't know that these things weren't afraid of the cold at all. They didn't freeze to death at all. Lin Yi shook his head. If this went on, Bing Wuqing and Chu Tianlu would die sooner or later, and there would be no second outcome. Of course, Bing Wuqing was also sweating profusely at this moment. He also realized that something was wrong, and that was, the number of monsters was increasing. Of course, he didn't know that some monsters were resurrecting, and only thought that they were flying over from afar. Tianlu, although I've always looked down on you, I'm impressed that you're not afraid at this moment. Even in the face of imminent disaster, Bing Wuqing still had a calm expression. I'm afraid we're in a hopeless situation this time. Are you afraid of death? I'm not afraid of death, but I'm a little regretful and self-blaming. I brought you all to this place, only to bring disaster upon us. Chu Tianlu sighed. If Lin Yi hadn't saved him, he would have died a long time ago. Thus, dying again wasn't a big deal. However, Lin Yi was his savior. It didn't matter if he died, but what about Lin Yi? What about Bing Wuqing? Chu Tianlu wasn't stupid. He knew that Lin Yi and Bing Wuqing were definitely figures who could stand at the pinnacle of the immemorial martial world. Even if they didn't have the heart of the fruit of consciousness, they weren't weak. If they died here, it would be too much of a pity. However, there was no point in talking about it now. He didn't want to be pretentious either. Big Brother Bing, why don't we jump down? We might be able to survive. Let's wait and see. Bing Wuqing didn't want to give up. She was still trying to figure out a solution. Brother Lin is here. Chu Tianlu released his divine sense to check out the situation under his feet. As a result, he almost jumped up in joy, because he finally sensed Lin Yi's presence within the range of his pitiful divine sense. He immediately cried out in excitement. In this kind of situation, Lin Yi was practically a life-saving straw. Otherwise, Bing Wuqing would be exhausted if she continued to hold on alone. As for him, he wouldn't be able to help at all. Big brother. Bing Wuqing sensed it even earlier than Chu Tianlu. However, although she was excited, she wasn't as optimistic as Chu Tianlu. The snake-headed, crocodile-bodied monsters in front of them were endless. Even Lin Yi wouldn't be able to handle them easily. At this moment, he couldn't hold on much longer. With his current strength at the peak of the early stage of the nascent soul realm, he could definitely kill a bunch of ordinary golden core experts or spiritual beasts easily. However, he really didn't have many ways to deal with these thick-skinned monsters. He barely managed to kill a few dozen of them, and the vital energy in his body was almost depleted. However, what happened next made him prostrate himself in admiration. A core firebomb of vital energy had directly killed a large number of them. There were at least 180 of them, which was twice as much as what he had achieved after fighting for so long. He had to admit that Big Brother Lin Yi's strength was truly unparalleled. As for the weak Chu Tianlu, he was even more astonished. At his level, he could only kneel down and worship Big Brother Lin. He was a consummate foundation establishment expert, and he could easily kill dozens of snake-headed, crocodile-bodied monsters. However, Lin Yi could easily and happily kill dozens of snake-headed, crocodile-bodied monsters with a core fire bomb of vital energy. The gap between their levels was so huge that there was no need to compare them. With the addition of a powerful expert like Lin Yi, the two of them were quickly relieved of their crisis. The monsters surrounding them were wiped out, and they could finally heave a sigh of relief. "Are the two of you all right?" Lin Yi landed on the ground. He could tell at a glance that the two of them weren't really injured. They were just a little weak. "We're fine." Bing Wuqing's breathing was a little heavy. This was a sign that she had consumed too much vital energy. As for Chu Tianlu, he was completely fine. He finally had the time to observe his surroundings. He said thoughtfully, "This place? Could it be the place recorded in the books?" What? Lin Yi and Bing Wuqing were stunned at the same time. They looked at each other and asked anxiously. Regarding Tai Shi Island, the books vaguely mentioned a very special fourth-dimensional space, said Chu Tianlu. Fourth-dimensional space? Lin Yi was shocked when he heard that. There was actually someone in the ancient Jianghu who knew about this. "I'm not too sure about the specifics. The records are very vague. It seems that someone came in and left, which is why the records were left behind. However, there's no other supporting information in this regard, so it's hard to say whether it's true or not. I just feel that it's a little similar to the situation we're in right now." "I'm not too sure about the specifics," Chu Tianlu explained, shaking his head. Although it sounded a little far-fetched, it was honestly not easy for someone at Chu Tianlu's level to have such knowledge. Moreover, to a certain extent, this place gave Lin Yi the feeling that it was a certain fourth-dimensional space. Everything was strange in every direction. Not long after, another wave of monsters surrounded them. Fortunately, Lin Yi was present, so it only took 2 or 3 vital energy elixir firebombs to deal with them. Bing Wuqing only needed to consume elixirs to quickly recover her vital energy. "Boss, what should we do next? We can't just stay here and fight the monsters, can we? It's not a problem to fight a batch of monsters when they come." Bing Wuqing, who had finished regulating her breath and recovered her strength, asked with a radiant face. Although she had some doubts in her heart, she was no longer as worried as before. Chapter 5448. "Of course it's nothing. It's fine as long as I've found you." Lin Yi nodded and said. He had been thinking of countermeasures all this while. "I want to continue forward and see what's going on here, and see if there's any possibility of getting out." "That makes sense, but..." Bing Wuqing stopped talking. He was a little embarrassed. "Boss, with the strength of Tianlu and I..." "Yeah, Brother Lin, if you leave, the two of us will basically be waiting for death here," Chu Tianlu added, blushing. Peh. Lin Yi smiled faintly and said, I've already thought of this situation. I've also found a way to restrain these monsters. I can teach Bing Wuqing the technique I used to attack those monsters just now. I believe that with her talent, she'll be able to learn it in no time. Bing Wuqing was slightly taken aback. She looked at Lin Yi in surprise, and her heart was filled with gratitude. After all, things like mental cultivation methods and martial arts techniques were secrets that were not passed down even in the small immemorial underworld. Otherwise, Xue Jianfeng would not have used the excuse of Lung privately teaching Lin Yi the mental cultivation methods and martial arts techniques of the Snow Sword sect as a means of attack and manipulation back at the Snow Sword sect. Yet, Lin Yi was willing to teach her such an awesome technique without holding anything back. At this moment, Bing Wuqing truly felt that she had followed the right boss, especially since he had such a dishonorable history. It's like this. Actually, this technique is very simple. You guys definitely won't be able to learn the alchemy firebomb. Lin Yi did not hesitate and said straightforwardly, after all, alchemy fire is a skill of an alchemist. What? Brother Lin, you're an alchemist? Chu Tianlu was a little shocked. Of course, Bing Wuqing didn't find it strange at all. Although alchemists were also very rare in the immemorial Little Jianghu, it made sense for Lin Yi to be an alchemist if he could take out a bunch of high-level elixirs so casually. However, Lin Yi waved his hand. He did not have the time to explain these things. He said directly, this is a simple compression of vital energy. As he spoke, Lin Yi explained the technique of compressing the vital energy bomb to Bing Wuqing. Actually, it wasn't much of a secret. Before reaching the heavenly Dao realm, the vital energy bomb possessed unparalleled lethality. With this technique, Lin Yi could be said to be invincible. When he fought against Ma Zhu, Lin Yi relied on this killer weapon. However, with the passage of time, this skill wasn't considered a very powerful move at the heavenly Dao realm, much less at the magnate realm. Bing Wuqing was a little shocked to hear that. She had not expected that a simple compression of vital energy could be used to attack these monsters. As the saying went, those who knew how to do it wouldn't be difficult for those who knew how to do it. If not for Lin Yi's guidance, they would probably never have thought of such a method. When Lin Yi explained it, he did not hide it from Chu Tianlu, because there was no need for it. One more person meant more strength. Although Chu Tianlu was only at the Foundation establishment realm, he could relieve some of the pressure on Bing Wuqing. Indeed, Bing Wuqing was very talented in terms of comprehension. It didn't take long for her to fully understand the profoundness of the vital energy bomb. As a cultivation genius of the Chu family, Chu Tianlu was no fool either. He was just a little slower than Bing Wuqing. Seeing that the third batch of monsters had appeared, Lin Yi deliberately chose not to take action. Instead, he gave the opportunity to Bing Wuqing and Chu Tianlu to practice. The moment the ice elemental vital energy bomb was released, a swath of monsters dropped their corpses. Although Chu Tianlu could not attack in batches like Bing Wuqing, he kept an eye on those that slipped through the net. In this way, the two of them complemented each other, and Lin Yi could leave with peace of mind. After giving the two of them some elixirs to quickly recover their physical strength, Lin Yi threw out a vital energy pill firebomb and blew up the third batch of monsters. Then, he transformed into his primordial spirit and floated away under the admiring gazes of Bing Wuqing and Chu Tianlu. Darkness. It was endless darkness before his eyes. Lin Yi could only fly forward for a few hundred meters before he could no longer see the situation behind him. All he could see was pitch-black darkness. Fortunately, Lin Yi's divine sense was strong enough, so he did not lose his way. Otherwise, it would be very easy for an ordinary person to walk in circles or walk in a pitch-black place like this. It would not be easy for them to maintain a straight line. This was also the reason why many people would run into trouble while walking in the dark. Some of them were not really walking in circles, but because they thought they were walking in a straight line, when in fact, they were walking in circles. Of course, this problem did not exist when it came to Lin Yi. After flying forward for a few kilometers, Lin Yi suddenly moved and stopped. Because he realized that there were sounds of fighting not far away, which meant that there should be people there. Could it be Bai Jingze and Chu Tianliang who came in earlier? Why were these two idiots not dead yet? Lin Yi was a little puzzled, Logically speaking, with their weak combat strength, they should have been killed by these monsters in seconds. How could they have lasted until now? Could there be others? Lin Yi's heart stirred, and his primordial spirit flew over. However, the next moment, Lin Yi was shocked. He could not believe his own eyes. Because Chu Tanliang was actually fighting monsters. This guy could actually control vital energy fire. And he could even use vital energy firebombs? Could it be that this traitorous brother of the Chu family was a genius? But Lin Yi thought about it. Even Kong Mingming could research vital energy firebombs. It was not a rare thing for this Chu Tianliang to be able to instigate it. Although Bai Jingze did not know anything and could only be a burden by the side, reaching this stage, Chu Tianliang did not wish for Bai Jingze to die instead. After all, in this boundless darkness, it was very good to have an acquaintance as a companion. If Chu Tianliang was left alone, this would be too damn lonely. At this moment, although he was tired of dealing with it, he still found time to talk to Bai Jingze, not letting himself give up. If there was no one to accompany him, then he was very likely to directly give up at this point, because this rhythm of fighting monsters was too dull. Jingze, what the hell do you think this is? Give me another qi returning pill, I can't hold on anymore. Chu Tanliang roared in a hoarse voice. Oh, okay. Bai Jingze did not dare to neglect and hurriedly took out a qi returning pill from his bosom and sent it into Chu Tianliang's mouth. Although these medicinal pills were his, there was no distinction between them at this time. Chu Tianliang was his only hope. If Chu Tianliang died, then he would not be far from death. Lin Yi looked at the scene in front of him and let out a burst of cold laughter. Of course, he did not plan to help at all. These two guys were left to fend for themselves, and Lin Yi was also too lazy to make a move to end them. He would just let them suffer here. Chapter 5449. It's Lin Yi. Why is he flying in the sky? How did he do it? Bai Jingze looked at Lin Yi, who was flying in the sky, as if he had seen a ghost. He had a dumbfounded expression. Lin Yi was so close to them. If they still couldn't sense him, they wouldn't be cultivators. However, their attention was all on the monster just now, and they simply didn't notice someone flying over. Hee. Lin Yi looked at the two of them mockingly. You two seem to be having fun fighting monsters, and can even create your own group attack. Not bad, not bad. Continue, I won't disturb you anymore. Bai Jingze was unbearably angry, but he couldn't do anything to Lin. Bai Jingze was only angry, but Chu Tianliang was completely shocked. How was this possible? Wasn't Lin Yi trapped by his shadow-devouring cover? How could this guy be fine, and even fly in the sky? What the hell was this? Wait, you didn't die? Chu Tianliang couldn't help but ask. I died, and I'm only a primordial spirit now. However, I don't plan on finding you for revenge, so let's meet again. Lin Yi grinned, turned around, and was about to fly away. Chu Tianliang naturally didn't believe this nonsense. Shadow-devouring cover's name was shadow-devouring, and it could devour shadows. In fact, from a certain perspective, shadows were a part of a cultivator's primordial spirit. Since the primordial spirit was devoured, how could it still be alive? Bai Jingze didn't care about this. His eyes turned and he suddenly shouted, Brother Lin, I was also forced. You know that I'm Chu Tianlu's good brother. Take me away, I was forced. It was this guy who forced me to come back for revenge. As he spoke, Bai Jingze pointed at Chu Tianliang and had a look of righteous indignation. Chu Tianliang was almost stupefied from anger. How could this person be so shameless? Is that so? Lin Yi seemed to smile, yet not smile. I can swear. Bai Jingze's shamelessness was unparalleled. Bai, what's the meaning of this? Chu Tianliang couldn't compare to Bai Jingze. He and Chu Tianlu were like fire and water, and the same was true for Lin. Thus, he could only choose to continue opposing them. I didn't mean anything. Chu Tianliang, you forced me to bring you back to frame brother Chu Tianlu. I didn't want to take the side of the evildoer, but unfortunately, I couldn't beat you. Bai Jingze said painfully, it's all thanks to brother Lin's great fortune and great life. After surviving a great disaster, one is bound to have good fortune in the future. I'm sorry, but I still can't take you away. Lin Yi said embarrassedly after seeing him finish acting. He was considering whether or not to set up a film company in the immemorial underworld. This Bai Jingze could definitely play the lead role. But Bai Jingze was surprised. Do you think that if I really had that ability, I wouldn't have brought Chu Tianlu and the others along? Do you see anyone else around me? Lin Yi shrugged and said regretfully. Bai Jingze suddenly realized that the truth seemed to be true. Did this mean that he had begged him for nothing? He was really unlucky. Not only did he fail to achieve his goal, but he also offended Chu Tianliang. This was really an unlucky year. With that in mind, Bai Jingze turned his gun to Chu Tianliang. Tianliang bro, don't misunderstand. I was just trying to get some information on this guy's flying method, and now that I've gotten the method, you can learn it too, right? I'm actually on the same side as you. Okay. Chu Tianliang was angry and amused at the same time. However, he and Bai Jingze were originally a temporary team, so they really didn't have a deep relationship. If it weren't for the snatching of the divine knowledge fruit's heart, they would not have fallen into this situation. Although he really wanted to kick Bai Jingze down, he could still use this guy for the time being. It was not good to make their relationship too stiff, so he continued to say, I understand. Let's not worry about Lin. He can do whatever he wants. You try it and see if you can compress the qi in your body and then release an attack, just like how I compressed the qi with the alchemy fire. Lin Yi couldn't help but be a little surprised after hearing this. He couldn't tell that this Chu Tianliang was really a genius. He actually thought of a way to crack it in such a short time, and even asked Bai Jingze to imitate him. Although the name was not the qi bomb that Lin Yi came up with, the alchemy fire bomb, because there was no such thing as a bomb here, it was still similar to alchemy fire compression. Bai Jingze quickly nodded and began to try, and Lin Yi was too lazy to waste time with these two idiots. In Lin Yi's opinion, even if Bai Jingze and Chu Tianliang fought the monster together, they would eventually die of exhaustion. After all, the strength of these two people was really too low. They were not at the same level as Bing Wuqing at all. And even if a weakling like Bai Jingze learned the qi bomb, he would only be a support. After all, his own strength was still there. Turning his head and continuing to fly forward, Lin Yi once again entered the endless darkness. He didn't know what was in front of him and whether there was an exit. And even if he found one, he still couldn't think of a good way to bring Bing Wuqing and Chu Tianlu out. He could fly, but these two couldn't. This was the first time Lin Yi felt like he didn't know what to do. In this uncanny space, even those magnate masters of mountain opening and earth opening wouldn't be able to do anything. After flying for an unknown amount of time, Lin Yi once again heard the sounds of fighting coming from ahead. This time, Lin Yi was completely surprised. There was someone else? Then who was this person? When did he come in? Was it because of the trial on Tai Shi Island this time, or did he stay here since the last time? If it was the last time, it was really amazing that he could persist for such a long time. But even if he came in from the trial on Tai Shi Island this time, it was not easy. After all, Lin Yi and the others had been here for some time, and this person had come in before them. Lin Yi approached the sound, wanting to see what was going on. But when the person who was fighting fell into the range of Lin Yi's divine sense, Lin Yi couldn't help but widen his eyes. Ling Tianyu, it was actually Ling Tianyu. Why was he here? The next moment, Lin Yi seemed to have guessed something. Previously, Ling Tianyu said that he was going to do something big in the Snakehead Island. Because it was very dangerous, he didn't bring Lin Yi and the others, but chose to go alone. Could it be that this was what Ling Tianyu was talking about? His goal was also the heart of the fruit of consciousness? And then he was also transported here? But Lin Yi still felt very strange. How did Ling Tianyu, a cultivator at the peak of the late stage of Foundation establishment, deal with this group of golden core monsters? This was simply unscientific. Chu Tianliang could attack monsters in batches because he was an alchemist. The power of the pill firebomb could completely defeat enemies of a higher realm. This was something that Lin Yi knew best. Chapter 5450. However, under Lin Yi's careful observation, he noticed something unusual. This 1,000 blades simultaneous attack was different from the martial arts he usually used. This time, although it was also a 1,000 blades simultaneous attack, the target of the attack was one or rather, one point. All the flying needles shot towards one point at the same time, and that was one of the monsters in this group. A woo! A blood-curdling scream rang out. Even the thick-skinned monster was pierced by the needles at this moment. One had to know that Ling Tianyou's strength wasn't weak, especially in the Thousand Blades sect. His sparring partners were at least at the gold core stage. It wasn't too strange for 1,000 flying needles to pierce through a gold core stage monster. However, perhaps only Ling Tianyou could use this kind of fighting method. What made Lin Yi feel strange was that although his fighting method was effective, it was very clumsy. He could only kill one monster after half a day, and there were still many monsters around him. How did he persist for such a long time? Why didn't the other monsters take advantage of the situation to attack him? Another thing that made Lin Yi feel strange was that there weren't many monsters around Ling Tianyou. In fact, there weren't even as many monsters around Chu Tianliang's side. One had to know that Chu Tianliang could still attack in batches, but Ling Tianyou had to fight them one by one. They weren't on the same order of magnitude. After discovering this problem, Lin Yi wasn't in a hurry to help. Since Ling Tianyou could persist for so long, he naturally had his own way of survival. Lin Yi wanted to see how he did it. Was it because the number of monsters here was low, or was there some other unknown secret? The next moment, a scene that made Lin even more strange appeared. He saw Ling Tianyou's hand shake, and his signature ribbon fluttered in the air. The ribbon instantly straightened with a swoosh, and then there was another ear-piercing sound as it shot towards the monster that was pierced through like a sharp arrow. The monster was wrapped in the ribbon. Ling Tianyou hooked his hand again, and the monster fell into his hand. This series of movements was done in one go, as if he had practiced it many times. Just as Lin Yi was wondering why Ling Tianyou was doing this, Ling Tianyou reached into the monster's wound and pulled. The skin of the monster was torn open, revealing the flesh inside. Was this guy thinking of eating the monster raw? Lin Yi looked at Ling Tianyou with interest. Next, Ling Tianyou did not go to eat the monster. Instead, he used his hand to dig something out of the monster's body. Soon, a small red leather bag appeared in his hand. It looked like a spiritual knowledge fruit, but it was not a spiritual knowledge fruit. This thing was similar to the inner core of a spirit beast, but the inner core was hard, while the thing in Ling Tianyou's hand was soft and elastic. This could be seen from the dent in the small leather pouch when he held it. After getting the inner core, Ling Tianyou casually threw the monster's body. Then, without any delay, he threw the inner core in the direction of the group of monsters with his other hand. The inner core flew out of Ling Tianyou's hand. With the power of the Thousand Blades technique, Ling Tianyou was very familiar with throwing this inner core. Wherever he pointed, it would hit. With a loud bang, the inner core hit one of the monsters and immediately caused a huge explosion. Of course, this explosion was not important. The key was that the monster that was hit was blown to pieces, revealing the small inner core in its body, and this inner core was immediately detonated. As a result, the monsters in the air were like a chain reaction of explosions. Boom 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 boom. In a short while, all of them were blown to bits. This scene made Lin Yi, who was watching from the side, widen his eyes. What was going on? Previously, when Ling Tianyou took out the monster's inner core and used it as a bombed weapon, Lin Yi was already very shocked. Now, he could even cause a chain reaction. Now, Lin Yi knew that no wonder Ling Tianyou could persist in this space for so long. It turned out that he had a unique skill. But how did he find out about this method? Generally, no one could think of this. Even Lin Yi did not think of catching a monster and taking out its inner core. The inner core of a monster in the gold core stage was not too tempting for Lin. Phew! After killing all the monsters, Ling Tianyou let out a long breath. Then, he sat cross-legged on the scale of the Tai Chi and adjusted his breath, quickly recovering his physical strength and genuine qi. It seemed that he was preparing for the next wave of monsters. After understanding the situation, Lin Yi did not stay any longer and flew in the direction of Ling Tianyou. Who? Ling Tianyou was startled and stared at the direction where Lin Yi flew from with a frightened expression. Unfortunately, he could not see anything in this range. He could only feel that someone or a spirit beast was coming to attack. After all, His divine sense and perception were too far apart from Lin Yi's. But what puzzled Ling Tianyu was that he had almost figured out the interval between the appearance of these monsters. That was why he sat cross-legged and adjusted his breath so calmly. He did not expect that there would be an accident. "It's me." Lin Yi did not frighten Ling Tianyu and said directly, "Brother Lin?" Ling Tianyu was shocked and looked at the darkness in disbelief. He even thought that he was hallucinating after fighting for so long. "You are very skilled in dealing with monsters. How did you find out?" Lin Yi's figure floated over. Only when he landed on the scale of the Tai Shi and turned into a solid body did Ling Tianyu confirm that the person in front of him was really Lin Yi. "Brother Lin." Although he was very shocked how Lin Yi came here, how did he find him, and most importantly, how did he move here? "It's a long story. Let's make it short." With that, Lin Yi briefly recounted what happened after he separated from Ling Tianyu. Of course, he omitted many details, such as that traitor by Jingzi. He only said that Chu Tianlu wanted to repay him by bringing him to this place to find the spiritual knowledge fruit's core. Sure enough, Ling Tianyu could not help but smile bitterly after listening to Lin Yi's words. The spiritual knowledge fruit's core is actually a lie. Many people have seen it, but no one has ever obtained it. Then I'm a ghost. Lin Yi smiled. What? Ling Tianyu was taken aback, not understanding what Lin Yi meant. However, he suddenly remembered that Lin Yi had just floated over, and he suddenly shuddered. Although cultivators were not afraid of ghosts, and the so-called ghosts were actually souls, he still felt a little uncomfortable. "Brother Lin." Chapter 54-51. Cough cough. Ling Tianyu was shocked by Lin Yi's words. He stared at the spiritual knowledge fruit's core in Lin Yi's hand, seemingly wanting to see what it was. In his impression, this thing was just a lure. Through the spiritual knowledge fruit's core, one could enter this space. Lin Yi put away the spiritual knowledge fruit's core because trouble had come again. In the distance, there was an "oh" sound. Obviously, a wave of monsters was coming. Suddenly, Ling Tianyu restored his previous serious expression. He held the silk belt in his hand and grabbed a handful of flying needles. "No need to go through so much trouble." Lin Yi shook his head lightly. Just as Ling Tianyu was puzzled, Lin Yi threw out a pill-fire chi bomb. Boom, an explosion sounded and all the monsters flying towards them fell into the bottomless darkness. This time, Lin Yi looked carefully. His pill-fire chi bomb was very powerful, so it could blow up a group of monsters. However, Lin Yi wanted to see if it was because of the explosion of one monster that blew up the other monsters. But the result disappointed Lin Yi, because this time, Lin Yi clearly saw that the monsters were killed by his pill-fire chi bomb, not by each other exploding. This was really strange. Using a monster's own, Naiden, to blow up the monsters could cause a chain explosion, but using a pill-fire chi bomb could only kill the extra monsters. It seemed that this Ling Tianyu was not simple. Lin Yi looked at him with admiration, but Ling Tianyu admired Lin even more. He almost prostrated himself in front of Lin. "Brother Lin, how did you do it?" Ling Tianyu's face was full of shock at the moment. It was hard for him to imagine that Lin Yi could kill a group of monsters with just one move. This was much easier than him. Originally, he had been very proud, thinking that he knew the ultimate move to kill a group of monsters. However, only now did he realize that the gap between him and the strong was insurmountable. Strength could crush everything. In the face of absolute strength, all schemes were useless. What do you think? Lin Yi didn't know how to explain this problem. In fact, Ling Tianyu already knew that Lin Yi was very powerful. He had already seen this in the competition after the primeval trials. "Speaking of which, did you come here just to look for me?" "Not really. I was just looking for the exit, but I didn't find it. Instead, I found you." Lin Yi said, "By the way, you said you wanted to go to a place. Is that the big monster here? Is it any use to you?" It was no wonder that Lin Yi was puzzled. After watching for a long time, he couldn't figure out how Ling Tianyu's method of fighting monsters could improve his own strength. In Lin Yi's opinion, it was all about technique, but it had nothing to do with surpassing oneself to improve one's strength. It was just like in a game, where you relied on skills to continuously attack some small monsters, but the experience gained was not much. It's useless, but there's no other way. Ling Tianyu sighed and said, with my strength, I can't kill these monsters too quickly. This is already the limit of my speed. Then what are you doing here? Lin Yi couldn't help but feel puzzled after hearing this. Naturally, I'm looking for a legendary item. Ling Tianyu didn't hide it. He brought Lin Yi here with the intention of repaying a debt of gratitude. The reason why he didn't let Lin Yi follow him was because this place was too dangerous. It wasn't that he didn't want to tell Lin Yi. But my movement speed is limited. I calculated that with my speed, after killing the last wave of monsters, I won't have much stamina left. If I rest for a while, I can return to my peak state. Then, after killing the next wave of monsters, I will have some stamina left. I will use the remaining stamina to move forward for a short distance before adjusting my breathing. However, this time, I can't return to my peak state. After killing the monsters, I won't have any extra stamina left. I need to rest and return to my peak state again. What do you mean? Lin Yi was confused and didn't understand at all. You can still move? How do you move? Huh? Brother Lin, don't you know? Ling Tianyu was also stunned. He looked at Lin Yi with some doubt and said, of course I move by controlling the Tai Chi scales under my feet. However, this is very exhausting. I can only move it a little bit at a time, so much so that I regret coming here. I reckon that by the time I reach my destination, I will be exhausted to death. The Tai Chi scales can move? Lin Yi looked at his feet in shock. This was the first time he heard of such a thing. Of course. Ling Tianyu nodded as if it was a matter of course. How do you move it? Lin Yi was moved and asked quickly. If it could really move, then Xue Jianfeng and Chu Tianlu could come here. By using divine sense. Ling Tianyu said, Brother Lin, you don't know? How could I know? Lin Yi didn't know whether to laugh or cry. This is the first time I've come here. Even the way you fight the monsters is the first time I've seen it. No wonder. I just remembered that I was the one who brought you here. Ling Tianyu nodded in understanding and explained, the Tai Chi scale under my feet is actually a duckweed floating in the air. It can be controlled by my divine sense. In fact, it's similar to the legendary flying sword, but it's not exactly the same. It's just that my divine sense is too weak, so I can't go far. Show me. Lin Yi suddenly said. But Ling Tianyu closed his eyes without hesitation and began to use his divine sense to control the Tai Chi scales under his feet. Lin Yi looked at Ling Tianyu carefully and used his divine sense to feel the Tai Chi scales under his feet. Although it seemed that the Tai Chi scales were not moving on the surface, Lin Yi could still feel that the Tai Chi scales were moving. It was really moving. Although the speed was very slow, it was really moving. Okay, you can stop. Lin Yi thought for a while and said, Phew. Ling Tianyu let out a long sigh and wiped the beads of sweat off his forehead. Clearly, he was very tired from doing all this. However, just when Ling Tianyu wanted to sit down cross-legged and adjust his breathing, he almost staggered and fell into the abyss. Because the Tai Chi scales under his feet moved and moved forward at a very high speed. Ling Tianyu heard the whooshing sound of the wind, which scattered his hair. Even though he was a practitioner of the Foundation establishment realm, he was scared out of his wits. When he came back to his senses, he shouted in shock, Brother Lin, are you controlling it? Of course, Ling Tianyu was also clear that apart from Lin Yi, there was no one else. Chapter 54-52. However, this was also thanks to Lin Yi's powerful divine sense and spiritual power. If it were someone else, it would not be so fast. Gosh, if we keep going at this speed, we will reach our destination very soon. Ling Tianyu instantly became very excited. Brother Lin, don't worry. The things are still yours. Just take me out. I've stayed in this damn place long enough. It's really boring to deal with these monsters all day long. Lin Yi nodded. Ling Tianyu was a good friend. He never had any greedy thoughts, which made Lin Yi quite admire him. In fact, Ling Tianyu was different from Bing Wuqing. Bing Wuqing was more intimidated, and she was his little brother. He was also different from Chu Tianlu. Although Chu Tianlu was also saved by Lin Yi and then repaid him, he still held back and only revealed his trump card at the last moment. But Ling Tianyu was not like that. It's the direction I was going just now. Just keep flying, Ling Tianyu said. In fact, he had already found the direction, but his speed was too slow. Okay. Lin thought for a while. Bing Wuqing could still hold on, so he did not have to hurry back. After all, even if he went back, he could not control two Tai Shi scales at the same time. That would consume too much divine sense and spiritual power. This was not just 2 times the divine sense. For example, if a person were to do 2 things at the same time, it might take him 2 hours to finish one. However, if he were to multitask and do 2 things at the same time, it might not take him 2 hours, and he might even make a mistake. Of course, Lin Yi could also let these people step on the Tai Shi scales one by one, but it would be a little troublesome. Moreover, the destination that Ling Tianyu mentioned had other dangers. If there were, it would be troublesome for Lin Yi to take care of Ling Tianyu alone. If he took the other 2 with him, it would be purely troublesome for him. Next, to Ling Tianyu's surprise, the Tai snake scale flew at a very high speed. In any case, the space here was very vast, and Lin Yi could also sense that there were no obstacles in front of him. So, he could just keep flying without any danger. However, after flying for about half an hour, Lin Yi was a little surprised. Tianyu, did you remember wrongly? Our speed isn't low. In the secular world's terms, it's 200 to 300 kilometers per hour. It's comparable to a high-speed train. Why aren't they here yet? Even though this was a 4th-dimensional space, it didn't take long for Lin Yi to find Ling Tianyu from the previous location. Moreover, it wasn't that slow to find him. It should be almost done, right? Ling Tianyu also estimated the distance and frowned. He had never been here before and had only heard about it from others. Then let's wait and see. Lin Yi nodded and continued to fly forward at a very fast speed. Suddenly, Lin Yi stopped and braked, causing Ling Tianyu to stumble and almost fall. Fortunately, he was a cultivator and was able to stabilize his body in time. Brother Lin, there's someone in front, Lin Yi said faintly. There's someone. Ling Tianyu was stunned and blurted out, how is that possible? Even if there's someone, it's impossible to fly so far. Moreover, Ling Tianyu was very sure that he was the first batch of people to reach the snakehead position in this Tai Snake Island trial. How could someone enter before him? You said before that this isn't the first Tai Snake Island trial, so it's very likely that it's someone left behind from the previous trial. Lin Yi didn't find it strange. This person's strength is higher than yours. Then, compared to you, Brother Lin? Ling Tianyu was shocked and asked quickly. Higher than me, Lin Yi said faintly. Ah. Ling Tianyu was shocked after hearing this. He couldn't believe it and couldn't speak. I'm only at the foundation establishment stage, so of course he's higher than me. Lin Yi smiled and said, but in fact his divine sense isn't as strong as mine. In the ancient small world, it was all about divine sense. Here, cultivating divine sense was also the main job of cultivators. After discovering this, Lin Yi's strength suddenly soared. You scared me to death, Brother Lin. Ling Tianyu immediately heaved a sigh of relief. I thought it was higher than you. What kind of expert is that? In Ling Tianyu's view, Lin Yi was almost an undefeatable legend. He didn't feel any pressure when fighting against an opponent at a higher level. Although he didn't know the specific strength of Lin Yi, he felt that he was definitely more powerful than the average foundation establishment stage or even gold core stage. Who is it? Sure enough, he was an expert. When Lin Yi controlled the Tai snake scale to approach, that person sensed it and shouted, Senior, we are just passing by. We mean no harm. Ling Tianyu heard that this person was full of energy. Although he didn't release his strength, he was obviously not a weakling. He immediately answered respectfully. Passing by. That person obviously didn't believe him. His sharp eyes swept over. Although he couldn't see clearly, it didn't hinder his sharp momentum. You came here and can control the Tai snake scale. You are just passing by? You're not here for the treasure? This. Ling Tianyu didn't expect that the other party would be so straightforward. Although everyone came for the treasure, he was still not used to it. Boy, I didn't expect you to be so secretive. Since you are here, there is no need to hide anything. However, I am very curious. You are just a foundation establishment stage cultivator. How did you come here? Do you have any secret method to control the Tai snake scale? This person was very strange. Of course, this was also because he couldn't see clearly and couldn't sense the existence of Lin. Otherwise, he wouldn't be so strange. When Ling Tianyu was nervous, he subconsciously released his strength, so it was understandable that this person saw through it. Ling Tianyu didn't know what to say. He couldn't help but turn his head to look at Lin, wanting to hear what he had to say. However, Ling Tianyu's silence made that person think that he was timid. He immediately sneered and said, "Boy, I don't care how you came here. Since you met me, it won't be so easy to leave. Tell me the method to control the Tai snake scale quickly. Otherwise, don't blame me for being impolite." Ling Tianyu was stunned. He didn't expect that this person would be so overbearing. He didn't want to be polite at the slightest disagreement. Moreover, even if you know how to control the Tai snake scale quickly, you can't say it. Of course, I use my divine sense to control it. At this time, Lin Yi suddenly opened his mouth. He sighed slightly. In the small Jianghu of ancient times, the mortals were very practical. He didn't know whether it was because of the atmosphere of this place or something else. Anyway, it was not the same as the Heaven Stage Island. Chapter 54-53. He didn't expect that there was another person by Ling Tianyu's side, but he didn't notice this person at all. Naturally, it's the person you asked. Lin Yi smiled faintly and said, "I use my divine sense to drive it. I'm sure you know. Old thing, tell me what you know about the treasure. Otherwise, don't blame this young man for being impolite." The old man frowned. He was the one who'd said this before, and Lin Yi had changed a few words and thrown it back at him. Of course, he was pissed. He was very angry, but he couldn't figure out Lin Yi's strength. Previously, he couldn't sense Lin Yi's existence. Now that Lin Yi had spoken, he still couldn't sense Lin Yi's strength. How strong was this person? Did he have a special concealment ability, or did he have strength comparable to him? If it was the former, he felt that it was possible, but if it was the latter, it was too unrealistic. He was an expert of the nascent soul stage, and at the peak of the late nascent soul stage. In this small world, he was almost invincible. No one could surpass him. In addition, Lin Yi had called him a young man before. This meant that this person wasn't very old. Otherwise, even if his voice and appearance were young, there were many cultivators who were more than 100 years old. These people would have called themselves old man instead of young man. The most important thing was that Ling Tianyu's tone was trembling when he answered. It was not difficult to understand that they didn't have any experts on their side. If they had experts as their backing, would Ling Tianyu speak in this tone? Thinking of this, the old man calmed down and said indifferently, "Brat, don't try to bluff this old man. Do you think this old man has been here for so many years because of fear? I might as well tell you. These years, this old man has also met some people who coveted the treasure ahead. But do you know what happened to them?" "I don't want to know." Lin Yi shrugged and said indifferently, "Since you caught up to them in front of you, then their strength must be inferior to yours. But we caught up to you behind you, so our strength must be stronger than yours." The man suddenly laughed maniacally. "This is the funniest joke I've ever heard. Do you know my strength?" "Oh, I know." Lin Yi said lightly, "Isn't it just the peak of Yuanying? Isn't it just peak nascent soul? Do you know that this old man's strength is an existence that stands at the peak of the supreme ancient martial world? No one can surpass this old man. Do you know this old man's name back then?" That person seemed to be angered by Lin Yi's disapproving tone and asked arrogantly, "I don't know. Why don't you tell me?" If it weren't for the fact that Lin Yi wanted to ask more about the treasure, he wouldn't have bothered to waste his breath on this fellow. Even if he didn't do anything to him, he would have quickly overtaken him and ignored him. Of course, this was also because Ling Tianyu didn't know anything. This guy must have read about this treasure from some legend and came looking for it. He didn't know any other useful clues. Back in the day, this old man was known as the undefeated archaic era. That person actually spoke out his own title. Lin Yi didn't think there was anything special about it. Instead, he thought of Invincible East, and invincible East. What? You're the undefeated Archaic Era Senior? You actually came here? Ling Tianyou's eyes widened and he shouted in surprise with an incredulous expression. It seems that you, as a junior, have heard of this old man. The other one is far inferior. He thinks he's infallible. The undefeated Archaic Era was very satisfied with Ling Tianyou's reaction. Although he hadn't appeared in the supreme ancient martial world for hundreds of years, it seemed that many people still knew of his name. That's right, Senior. Speaking of which, I'm actually your disciple. Ling Tianyou was already trembling with excitement. But Lin Yi had a puzzled expression. Why did this kid come here to claim to be a relative? Was this old thing his master? Ling Tianyou wasn't the kind of person who would treat anyone as his mother. Don't try to curry favor with this old man. This old man doesn't have a weak disciple like you. The undefeated Archaic Era seemed to be very disdainful of Ling Tianyou's strength. Coming here to participate in the trial with this kind of strength, should this old man say that you're young and fearless, or that you're stupid and don't know the consequences? Ling Tianyou was speechless for a moment, and his face turned a little red. But at this moment, there was a sudden change. A group of monsters quickly flew over, but this time, they attacked in two directions. One group of monsters attacked the undefeated Archaic Era, and the other group attacked Lin Yi. Swoosh! A throwing knife tied with a red rope appeared in the undefeated Archaic Era's hand, and he directly killed a monster in the air. It only took a few seconds for the monster to explode. With a few booms, these monsters were blasted into pieces and fell into the abyss. At first glance, this move was exactly the same as Ling Tianyou's Thousand Blades. But if one looked closely, there were some differences, and its power was unknown how many times greater. Ling Tianyou's flying needles could only concentrate on killing one monster, and could not destroy the inner core in their bodies. However, the undefeated Archaic Era could directly use these throwing knives to pierce the inner core and cause a chain of explosions. On the other side, Ling Tianyou also attacked at the same time. He used the same method as before, after killing a monster, took out the inner core and then detonated it. The undefeated Archaic Era let out a cry of surprise, and finally began to look at Ling Tianyou, who was not far away. Although he couldn't see his appearance, he could still sense the scene just now. After a while, the undefeated Archaic Era suddenly said, "Are you really from the Thousand Blades faction?" "Yes, Martial Uncle, I am Ling Tianyou from the Thousand Blades faction." Ling Tianyou was very excited. Previously, he was still thinking about how to convince the undefeated Archaic Era, but now there was no need to say anything. The display of martial arts was more powerful than anything else. "You came here because you read the sex logs, right?" The undefeated Archaic Era's voice was not as arrogant as before, but as stern as an elder. "Did you peek?" "Senior Martial Uncle, I didn't peek. I am a core disciple of the sect, the eldest senior brother, and I have the right to look at the sex logs." Ling Tianyou hurriedly explained respectfully. "Nonsense." The undefeated Archaic Era's voice suddenly increased 8 times, and he said coldly, "You are a mere disciple in the Foundation establishment stage, and you call yourself the eldest senior brother? When did a nobody like you become the eldest senior brother of the Thousand Blades faction? If you don't tell the truth, don't blame me for being impolite." Chapter 54-54. Bullshit. Primordial Invincible finally cursed. "You call this the Thousand Blades attack? This is the Thousand Blades attack. How can this kind of child's play be considered a unique skill of the Thousand Blades sect?" Ling Tianyou was at a loss for words. He didn't know what to say and could only smile bitterly. "Senior Martial Granduncle, this is indeed the unique skill of our sect. Thousand Blades shooting at the same time. This kind of martial skill that you use real flying daggers to display is already a legendary existence? Bullshit. Our Thousand Blades sect is a member of the 4 great sections. How could we have declined so much?" Primeval Invincible roared, "Enough with your nonsense. Tell me, did you steal a move from our Thousand Blades school and slander us? Did you steal it from some other sect? Did you steal it from us? I think you are the enemies of the Thousand Blades sect." Martial Uncle, Please don't misunderstand. I really am the eldest senior brother of the Thousand Blades sect. If you don't believe me, here is my waist token, please take a look. With that, Ling Tianyu didn't hesitate. He took a token from his waist and threw it to Primordial Invincible. Primeval Invincible snorted coldly as he accepted the medallion. He looked at it carefully and then his face fell. He looked incredulous, and after a long moment, he said, "Are you really the eldest brother of the Thousand Blades school? Why are you so weak?" Ling Tianyu sighed and said helplessly, "Martial uncle, the Thousand Blades sect now is no longer the Thousand Blades sect of your time. After you left, those enemies came and injured the Kun Saber ancestor and killed the second senior master Longjia. After that, the sect began to decline." "What did you say? Junior brother Kun Dao was injured? My disciple Longjia was killed?" Primordial Invincible's voice immediately changed and became trembling with anger. "Who did it? It's an expert from the Qiankuan sect. After you left, Immortal Du Nan from the Qiankuan sect dominated the ancient Jianghu. He is an expert at the peak of the late stage of nascent soul realm. After severely wounding our Thousand Blades sect, the Qiankuan sect won the position of the 4 major sects and clans, replacing us." Ling Tianyu said with a pained expression, "From then on, our Thousand Blades faction never recovered. Most of the disciples left, leaving only us, the core disciples. In the following decades, Immortal Du Nan's strength increased explosively. Now, he is already half a step away from the consummate Yuaning realm." "Well, how did he become so strong so quickly?" Primeval Invincible exclaimed. "Yes, martial granduncle. Moreover, the Qiankuan sect has become the #1 sect in the remote ancient small Jianghu, because a cultivator at the peak of the late stage of the Yuan-Ing realm has appeared in the Qiankuan sect, whose strength is just below Immortal Du Nan's." Ling Tianyu said honestly. "Sigh." Primeval Invincible heaved a deep sigh, filled with unwillingness and regret. He really didn't expect that the Thousand Blades faction, one of the 4 major sects and clans in the past, would fall into such dire straits in just 100 years. He didn't consider this. He thought that with him as the stabilizing force, no one would dare to cause trouble for the Thousand Blades faction. However, he still underestimated the ambition of these sects and clans. Perhaps after he left, no one would dare to cause trouble for the Thousand Blades faction for 10 or 20 years. But what about 30 or 50 years? If he was gone, there would naturally be people who coveted the position of the 4 major sects and clans. The Qiankuan sect was one of the best among them. Moreover, they had a grudge against the Thousand Blades faction. Of course, they would find a way to replace them. This was understandable. "Martial granduncle, you don't have to worry too much. For the time being, our Thousand Blades faction is not in any trouble. Although the Qiankuan sect is powerful, we are now in decline, and they don't have the intention to continue arguing with us." Ling Tianyu sighed. In fact, being ignored by the opponent was the most unbearable, but he couldn't do anything about it. Ling Tianyu's goal was to revitalize the Thousand Blades faction. He wanted the Thousand Blades faction to flourish in his generation and become a member of the 10 minor sects and clans again. He might even become one of the 4 major sects and clans. "Let's go back. Let's go back." Primeval Invincible finally made a decision. "I will find the Qiankuan sect." "Martial granduncle, aren't you going to find the treasure?" Ling Tianyu was startled. "The treasure is just a legend. It's hard to say whether it really exists or not." Primeval Invincible shook his head. "I have been here for more than 100 years, but I haven't found any clues." When Ling Tianyu heard that, he could not help but fall silent. Indeed, the records about this place were vague. It was unknown whether there were any treasures here. If there were, Invincible Primordial would have found them long ago. Since he hadn't found anything after such a long time, it was probably useless to stay here any longer. "All right, I will listen to Martial Granduncle. How are we going to get out?" Ling Tianyu asked. "I know the exit," Primeval Invincible said. "All right, shall we go now?" Although Ling Tianyu was a little shocked, he still obeyed. "Follow me." Primeval Invincible nodded his head. "Brother Lin, what should we do now?" At this moment, Ling Tianyu suddenly remembered that Lin Yi was still beside him. He hurriedly asked in embarrassment, "You go back. I will take a look." Since he was already here, Lin Yi naturally didn't want to leave so easily. Besides, Bing Wuqing and Chu Tianlu were still behind him. He couldn't just leave them behind. "Kid, you aren't from the Thousand Blades faction?" Primeval Invincible was not stupid. After listening to the conversation between Ling Tianyu and Lin Yi, he immediately determined that Lin Yi wasn't from the Thousand Blades faction. After all, Ling Tianyu was the eldest senior brother. All the disciples of the Thousand Blades faction would listen to him, and there was no need to discuss it with Lin Yi. "No, you go back first." Lin Yi didn't hide it and said directly, "Kid, since you have heard so much, don't even think about leaving." Primeval Invincible's attitude towards Ling Tianyu was quite good, but it wasn't the same for Lin Yi. In his opinion, an outsider like Lin Yi wouldn't be able to leave so easily after hearing so much inside information about the decline of the Thousand Blades faction. Lin Yi was indifferent. He didn't care about a nascent soul expert at the exceptional realm. Of course, he wouldn't attack Ling Tianyu, but he didn't say anything. "No." Ling Tianyu was shocked and hurriedly said, "Martial uncle, I owe Brother Lin a life-saving debt. If it wasn't for Brother Lin, I would have been killed by Xue Jianfeng of the Snow Sword faction during the primeval trial. It was Brother Lin who acted out of righteousness. Therefore, this disciple came here this time to repay Brother Lin by finding that treasure for Brother Lin." Chapter 54-55. Obviously, Immemorial Invincible was not an unreasonable person. Although he still looked down on Lin Yi, he just snorted coldly this time. "A small Snow Sword faction actually dared to deal with you. It seems that the Thousand Blades faction has really declined. This old man needs to go back and take a look. As for you, you can do as you please. Since a disciple of my faction is speaking for you, this old man will not make things difficult for you. Don't talk about our faction's matters when you go out." Martial Uncle Master, what this disciple said is not a secret. Everyone in Immemorial Jianghu knows about it. Ling Tianyu didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He tried to explain to Lin Yi, "Brother Lin will be fine even if he hears it. Besides, he won't talk about it." Immemorial Invincible responded non-committally. Then he said to Ling Tianyu, "Then Ling Tianyu, come with me. Your friend, I can give you a hint before I leave. Follow my current position to the west, and you should reach the location of the treasure. However, I haven't found it yet. Moreover, I've gone around in circles here. If you have the ability, go and find it. Let's go." After saying that, Immemorial Invincible shook his hand. The red rope that was previously tied to the flying knife suddenly flew out. However, this time, there were no flying knives. Instead, it swept towards Ling Tianyu's position. Ling Tianyu was stunned at first. He subconsciously wanted to dodge. Although he found that Immemorial Invincible had no evil intentions, he stood still. Then, his body became light. He was brought up by the red rope, and the next moment, he fell on Immemorial Invincible's tie snake scale. Phew! Ling Tianyu knew the gap between his and Martial Uncle Master's martial skills. Immemorial Invincible's was the Real Thousand Blades technique, while his was just a simplified version. "Brother Lin, we will meet again." "We will meet again." Lin Yi nodded and said lightly. If Ling Tianyu didn't know how to get out, then Lin Yi probably didn't know either. However, Lin didn't ask, and Ling Tianyu didn't mention it. Immemorial Invincible pretended not to know. In fact, he was quite disgusted with Lin Yi. Although this young man was a bit capable, he didn't show any respect to a nascent soul realm old monster like him. Immemorial Invincible didn't care about him. After Ling Tianyu steadied himself, Invincible Ancient controlled the tie snake scale to fly southwest. Naturally, Lin Yi wouldn't forget something as important as this. Invincible Ancient didn't tell him, but couldn't he see for himself? After Immemorial Invincible left for a while, Lin Yi slowly drove the tie snake scale to follow him. With Lin Yi's divine sense, he could cover a much farther distance than Immemorial Invincible. Therefore, when they walked in front, Lin Yi could sense them from far away. From Immemorial Invincible's point of view, Lin Yi didn't follow them. He was sure that Lin Yi would have to spend a lot of effort to find the exit. Even if he had a special ability to control the Tai snake scale quickly, he was still a small junior with limited physical strength. As for why Immemorial Invincible felt that Lin Yi was weak, it was because Ling Tianyu was weak. Birds of a feather flock together. If Lin Yi was strong, would he still hang out with Ling Tianyu? But this was Immemorial Invincible's one-sided view. Lin Yi's principle of making friends had always been character. Character was the most important thing, strength was secondary. Therefore Lin Yi had a lot of friends. Lin Yi tracked them with his divine sense for about half an hour. When he saw Immemorial Invincible and Ling Tianyu arrive at a place similar to a teleportation array, they disappeared. Only then did Lin Yi turn around and rush in the direction of the treasure. Without other interference, Lin Yi's speed was very fast. He also didn't need to worry about his companions because he had the jade pendant to warn him. He could avoid unknown dangers at any time. It didn't take long for Lin Yi to return to the place where he'd met Primordial Undefeated. It was dark, but Lin Yi's divine sense told him where he was. Should he head west from here? After finding the right direction, Lin Yi began to move forward slowly. This time, he didn't use a fast speed, because he needed to release his divine sense to sense everything around him and the specific location of the treasure. Lin Yi released his divine sense to the extreme, not wanting to miss any detail. Immemorial Invincible had said that he couldn't find it after going back and forth several times. So at first glance, it seemed that what Lin Yi was doing was useless, but in fact, it was not. Although Immemorial Invincible was an expert at the great completion of nascent soul realm, his divine sense was limited. He could control the Tai Chi scales to search in all directions without missing anything, but he couldn't search up and down. The Tai Chi scales couldn't move up and down, but could only move parallel. But Lin Yi's perception was very strong, so he could sense up and down a long distance. This was something that Immemorial Invincible couldn't do. And Lin Yi's focus was on the area above and below. After all, Immemorial Invincible had searched for hundreds of years and still couldn't find it, so the possibility of it being in a parallel direction was not high. It must be a place that he had overlooked. And so, Lin Yi slowly probed his senses, slowly advancing forward. However, when he entered the range of his divine sense, it was still endless darkness. There was nothing special about it. Half an hour, 2 hours, 4 hours, 6 hours. Just when Lin Yi thought that the legend of the treasure was fake, his expression suddenly changed. The Tai Chi scales under his feet also stopped moving. There was something, it was right under Lin Yi's feet, in the 10 o'clock direction. Of course, it was impossible for Immemorial Invincible's perception to sense it, because the range was a little far. Even Lin Yi could barely find it. The Tai Chi scales couldn't fly up and down, so Lin Yi could only give up on the Tai Chi scales. He turned into his primordial body and slowly flew down. Perhaps only Lin Yi could do this. If it was anyone else, they wouldn't have such a powerful divine sense. The scene that entered Lin Yi's eyes shocked him. This was not a treasure, but a pitch black hole. It was like a cosmic black hole. He couldn't see what was inside, and it was full of unknowns. Or more accurately, this was a teleportation array. Where it could be teleported, whether there would be danger after teleportation, and whether it could be teleported out were all unknown. Seeing this, Lin Yi couldn't help but hesitate. He didn't go in rashly. After all, this kind of thing was full of unpredictability. No one knew what would happen after entering. At the entrance of the black hole, Lin Yi hesitated for a moment. Then he tried to approach it. However, just as he approached the black hole, the jade pendant sent a strong warning. There was danger inside. The jade pendant wouldn't lie. The fact that it had such a strong warning meant that there was a risk that even Lin Yi might not be able to handle. Chapter 54-56. Although there might be treasures inside, Lin Yi didn't want to take the risk. Firstly, his main body wasn't here, and his strength wasn't too high. Secondly, Bing Wuxing and Chu Tianlu were waiting for him behind. If he went in, he might not be able to come out for a long time. What would happen to those two then? With their strength, they would probably be trapped here until they died. So, even if Lin Yi wanted to go, he would do it on his own next time. He couldn't do it this time. It would be best to bring the main body of the heavenly island here. That way it would be safer. Thinking of this, Lin Yi flew back onto the Tai snake's scale again and controlled it to fly backward quickly. This time, Lin Yi used his full speed, so it only took him less than 2 hours to return to the previous place. At this time, Bing Wuqing and Chu Tianlu were fighting monsters with great effort. Suddenly, they felt something flying toward them from behind and were shocked. The two looked back at the same time, but they couldn't see anything in the darkness. "Brother Bing, is this some big monster or monster king?" Chu Tianlu asked in shock. The time spent fighting monsters had already made him complain incessantly. His strength was low to begin with, and even if Bing Wuqing used her full strength, she couldn't take care of everything. He could only protect himself. "No, it's Big Brother." Bing Wuqing's perception was stronger than Chu Tianlu's. When Chu Tianlu asked the question, she had already identified the identity of the newcomer. It was Lin Yi who had returned. "Ah, it's Brother Lin." Chu Tianlu's voice became unusually excited. "That's right, it's me." As Lin Yi spoke, he had already arrived beside the two of them. With a vital energy core firebomb, he blew up the monsters around him, then said to the two of them, "Come, there's limited space for you two to stand, so each carry one of them." The two of them were a little shocked, because this time, Lin Yi didn't fly back on his own, but stepped on the Tai snake scale. Did that mean that he had already mastered the way to control the Tai snake scale? All right. Without another word, Bing Wuqing leaped onto Lin Yi's Tai Shi scale and said, "I'll carry him." "Brother Lin, can't we control the Tai snake scales ourselves?" Chu Tianlu asked a little curiously. "If that's the case, we don't have to hold it." He always felt that it was strange for two grown men to hug each other. Of course, it was not because he wanted to steal something. If boss says we can't, then we naturally can't. Bing Wuqing said coldly. If it wasn't for the fact that Lin Yi still thought highly of Chu Tianlu, she would have ignored him long ago and left him to fend for himself. Chu Tianlu immediately felt somewhat awkward. Controlling this requires spiritual consciousness and mental strength. You can try it, but your spiritual consciousness is limited. Lin Yi casually explained. If that's the case, I understand. Chu Tianlu jumped over embarrassedly and landed on Bing Wuqing's body with an awkward expression on his face. However, Bing Wuqing was still expressionless, as if she was hugging something instead of a person. She only said to Lin Yi, "Boss, can we get out from here? What exactly is this place?" "I'm not sure about the specifics, but I met Ling Tianyu. He told me how to control it and he left first. I came back to pick you up." Lin Yi did not tell her about the invincible immemorial realm and the treasures, because there was no need to. "Thank you, boss." Bing Wuqing was very touched. Lin Yi could have left, but he came back to pick her up. She would not suffer any losses in the future if she followed such a boss. Although Chu Tianlu was also touched, he did not dare to speak carelessly. If he said something wrong, he would be mocked by Bing Wuqing again. If she was unhappy and threw him off, he would be doomed. Lin Yi nodded and began to control the Tai snake scales. Although there were two more people, it did not make a big difference to Lin Yi. It was just that his speed was slightly slower. Of course, it was also because Lin Yi was worried that his speed would be too fast and he would throw them off. Especially Chu Tianlu, half of his body was suspended in the air. Because his speed had decreased, he met the two idiots, Bai Jingzi and Chu Tianliang, on the way. The two were sweating profusely. Obviously, they were exhausted. Previously, the two could barely maintain their speed with their skills, but now they were struggling. When they saw Lin Yi flying over from afar, they immediately turned pale with fright. "How can you fly with people?" Bai Jingzi exclaimed. "Oh, I lied to you before." Lin Yi smiled. Bai Jingzi's mind was filled with curses, but he did not dare to scold Lin. He could only beg, "Lin Yi, please take us away. We will definitely repay you after we get out. Right, Tianliang?" This time, he had learned to be smart. He knew to bring Chu Tianliang with him when talking and doing things. If Lin Yi did not agree, he would have a way out. He would not be as passive as before. That's right. Chu Tianliang could not hold on any longer. Previously, he did not beg Lin Yi because he felt that there was no possibility of reconciliation between the two of them. However, now that he saw Chu Tianlu, he immediately softened. Tianlu, we are all members of the Chu family. You won't just watch me stay here and do nothing, right? Chu Tianlu's heart was undoubtedly good, but he could not make the decision at the moment. He could not help but look at Lin Yi. Did you ask the wrong person? Lin Yi said indifferently. Right, Tianlu, you only need to tell me how to control this Tai snake scale. Chu Tianliang knew that Lin Yi could not help him, so he could only settle for the next best thing. Oh, do you think that if he knew how to control it, he would still need to be carried? Lin Yi looked at Chu Tianliang mockingly. Chu Tianliang was instantly speechless. Bye-bye, we will meet again. Lin Yi waved his hand and controlled the Tai snake scale to leave. Fuck. I'll teach you a lesson sooner or later. Chu Tianliang spat hatefully. Tianliang, what does bye-bye mean? Bai Jingze had a strange expression. Is he calling me? Who knows? It's probably a nickname he gave you. Chu Tianliang shook his head and said, No, if they can do it, so can we. I have to study how to control this thing. Without a doubt, Chu Tianliang's intelligence was not low. He was a person who was good at discovering and researching. He immediately began to study the Tai snake scale. Chu Tianlu watched Chu Tianliang stay here, and could not help but sigh slightly. Although he did not want this result, it was the best result. Would Chu Tianliang stop opposing him after he returned? Obviously not. However, if he left them here in the future, there would be no future. Chapter 54-57. Brother Lin, I know. Chu Tianlu nodded. I will pay attention in the future. Lin Yi didn't say anything more. It was hard to change a person's character. Although Chu Tianlu said so, it was hard to say whether he would do it in the future. They came to the transmission array that Primordial Invincible had used before. Lin Yi went through it directly with the two of them. A white light flashed in front of them, and it was no different from the transmission array that they had passed several times before. In the next moment, the three of them appeared in a patch of grass. Chu Tianlu immediately let out a cheer. This was clearly the Tai Snake Island from before. The feeling of being able to see the light of day again after emerging from the void of the fourth dimension was truly great. It feels like a lifetime has passed. Bing Wuqing, who had always been a man of few words, couldn't help but sigh at this moment. The first thing Lin Yi did after coming out was not to sigh, but to search around to see if Ling Tianyu was still nearby. Unfortunately, Lin Yi couldn't find him within the range of his divine senses. Ling Tianyu must have gone back with Primordial Invincible and gone to seek revenge on Qiankuan's sect. How could an expert in the great perfection of nascent soul realm tolerate such hatred that almost destroyed his sect? He was an existence that stood at the top of the small Jianghu in the ancient times. Let's go back. Lin Yi had no nostalgia for this place. Although he wanted to explore what was in that black hole, his current strength was far from enough. He could only leave first. Okay. Bing Wuqing and Chu Tianlu followed Lin Yi, one on the left and one on the right. The three of them walked in the direction of the exit transmission array. As for how to go, Chu Tianlu would naturally lead the way, so Lin Yi didn't have to look for him. Oh, isn't this a local tycoon? A voice came from not far away and fell into the ears of the three. Lin Yi turned his head indifferently and found that it was Wei Dao. This person had ridiculed Ling Tianyu when he entered, and now he suddenly jumped out again. However, what puzzled Lin Yi was, since he knew that Bing Wuqing was a nascent soul realm old weirdo, who gave him the courage to put on airs here. The term nouveau riche was most likely learned from those disciples who had gone to the secular world to gain experience. From this point, it could be seen that this person wasn't a good person. He specialized in such terms. What's the matter? Bing Wuqing asked dispassionately. This made Lin even more puzzled. Logically speaking, Bing Wuqing was the type of person who would attack at the slightest disagreement. Yet, she still had the patience to ask questions at this moment. There must be something fishy about this. Nothing. Why don't I see Ling Tianyu? He wouldn't have died here, right? Although Wei Dao was acting tough, he didn't dare to really target Bing Wuqing. Instead, he only targeted Ling Tianyu. Are you all right? Bing Wuqing frowned. a chilly aura emanating from her body. "Hey, what are you so excited about?" Wei Dao shrugged his shoulders and said, "You still dare to hit me? Boring, I'm leaving." As he spoke, he turned around and quickly left with Elder Lin Zhen. "You seem to be afraid of this guy?" After Wei Dao left, Lin Yi asked playfully. "I wouldn't say I'm afraid, but I'm a little afraid." Bing Wuqing didn't hide anything and shook her head. "That's right. Not only Brother Bing, but I'm also very afraid." Chu Tianlu nodded and said, "Although the Tyrant's Blade School isn't very powerful and can't even be considered as one of the 10 small sects, they have an awesome backer." "Backer?" Lin Yi raised his eyebrows. "The backer of the Tyrant's Blade School is the Qinkuan School, one of the 4 big sects." Chu Tianlu said, "It's also because of this reason that although the Tyrant's Blade School is overbearing, no one dares to really offend them. Usually, people give in to them. Who asked them to be so awesome? The daughter of the Tyrant's Blade School's leader is married to Immortal Du Nan of the Qinkuan School as a concubine." So that's what happened. After listening, Lin Yi could more or less understand why the Tyrant's Blade School and the Thousand Blade School had a grudge against each other. It was probably instigated by the Qinkuan School. With the Qinkuan School's imposing manner, it was really despicable for them to go against the small Thousand Blade School. However, they didn't have to worry so much about letting the Tyrant's Blade School do it for them. It seemed that Bing Wuqing wasn't someone who didn't know how to be patient. This made Lin Yi look up to her. Sometimes, taking a step back wasn't a sign of weakness, but it was for the sake of the overall situation. This Qinkuan School is the hidden leader of the small Jianghu in the Archean era. Chu Tianlu continued to explain, "It can be said that those who submit to us will prosper, and those who oppose us will perish. Therefore, as long as it's related to them, we rarely get involved." Lin Yi nodded. In fact, this was the same everywhere. Take the North Island for example. The Soaring Sky Pavilion was also such an existence. Of course, that was before Lin Yi appeared. Of course, the Archean Invincible wasn't Lin Yi, so Lin Yi didn't have high hopes for the Archean Invincible. The Qinkuan School had 2 top-notch nascent soul experts now, while he was alone. The possibility of him winning was next to nothing. However, these Jianghu grudges weren't something that Lin Yi could worry about. It was impossible for the Archean Invincible to give up just because he said that the Archean Invincible wasn't a match for them. After all, the Qinkuan School and the Thousand Blade School were mortal enemies. There was no possibility of reconciliation between the two. They returned to the transportation matrix without any incidents. Lin Yi guarded the back and Bing Wuqing took the lead. The 3 of them walked out of the transportation matrix in a single file. They saw Marquis Yu standing not far away. When he saw Lin Yi and the other 2 come out, he just nodded indifferently. "Butler Yu." As a junior, Chu Tianlu naturally greeted Marquis Yu. However, as a nascent soul expert, Bing Wuqing didn't need to do so, and Lin Yi didn't need to do so either. "How was the harvest?" Marquis Yu saw that Chu Tianlu was still polite, so he casually brushed him off. "Not bad," Chu Tianlu answered respectfully. Oh. Marquis Yu actually didn't expect Chu Tianlu to have any harvest. He was just being polite. Who would have thought that Chu Tianlu would say that it was not bad? He lifted his eyelids slightly and said with some confusion, "Tell me about it?" Chu Tianlu didn't dare to hide anything. He said carefully, "We were lucky to get a consciousness fruit. Of course, this is secondary. We found the heart of the consciousness fruit." Lin Yi shook his head secretly. This Chu Tianlu was really simple-minded. If it wasn't for the fact that Lin Yi knew that this fellow was a good person with overflowing sympathy and didn't have any intention of harming others or guarding against others, he would have thought that Chu Tianlu did it on purpose. It was best not to talk about this kind of thing. An innocent man would get into trouble because of his wealth. It was better to keep a low profile if he had a treasure on him to avoid unnecessary trouble.